Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, everyone. Welcome the world to Rotterdam, where at this moment the GCA and EAS are organizing the Youth Dialogue.
everybody. My name is Adriana Valenzuela. I am the Youth Leadership and Education Program Lead at the Global Center on Adaptation, and I am delighted to welcome all of you to the GCA Youth Dialogue on Adaptation Action, delivering on the Glasgow Climate Pact. This Youth Dialogue is organized by the Global Center on Adaptation and the Youth Advisory Panel and brings together young people, governments, universities, think tanks, NGOs, international organizations to mobilize adaptation action. This event is organized in a hybrid format. We have 100 youth from 50 countries here in Rotterdam. A big applause to all of you. And also we have thousands of young people connected virtually, and they are following this event live stream, and is available in English, French, Spanish, and Arabic. An invitation to all of you to use the Youth for Adaptation hashtag and to tell your network, your friends, your family what is happening here in Rotterdam. Today is really a day to celebrate. A day to celebrate your energy, your passion, your commitment, and especially your leadership. You are change makers, and we feel very proud of all of you, because despite all the challenges, you are working every single day to make possible this transformation. Climate change is one of the challenges that humanity is facing, but it also represents a unique opportunity to build a transformational change. We need to build together a climate-resilient development. And the most important is that we need to prepare every person in the world to become climate resilient, and that they can be part of the solution. We need to invest in education, and we need to invest in the new generations. This dialogue is a platform to help you to connect, to get inspired, but the most important is that you go back to your communities, to your countries, to your organization to accelerate adaptation action. This dialogue, the conclusions will be presented at COP27, the African COP, the COP of adaptation and the COP of implementation. And I am very happy to have also one of the leaders, the youth envoy from the COP27 presidency. Please join me with a big applause to Omnia. But this process also builds with different partners, and we have also our partners from the COP26 presidency. Please, a big applause as well for them, please. A special thanks to all our partners, to all of you, to all the people that are watching us in the live stream. Today, we are sending a call to action, a call for ambition, and a call to work together. This is the generation that is writing a new chapter, and you have a great opportunity. Then what I want to request you is that during these 2 days, you connect among each other, but the most important is that you will become ambassadors of this process. You will be ambassadors of the youth adaptation movement. And now, to start with this big celebration, I want to welcome one of the persons that make possible this youth adaptation dialogue. We have different partners, but these events are not possible if there are not people behind supporting this initiative. I want to welcome Mike Greenlin. He is the Director of External Affairs of the Global Center on Adaptation. Please join me with a big applause to him.
Thanks so much, Jana. Thank you. It's amazing to be here today and to see so many of you here. So, some of you I know and I have seen online, so it's great to meet you in person for the first time. I'm going to try and match Adriana's speech, but it's quite tough actually because she's a great speaker. And also, this isn't about us speaking, it's about us listening and about engaging. So I've just got 3 kind of small points I want to make, and then I'm really keen to kind of, I'm sure the event will start in earnest. The first thing I'd like to say is, I mean, please do make this weekend count. A lot of you have traveled from quite far away. we've spent quite a bit of money to hire out the hotel. I mean, we need to make this weekend count. And I say that because there are a lot of skeptics out there about the value and about the importance of youth activism, about youth participation, right? There's a lot of people out there who think young people, it's like a box to be ticked, right? It's a tokenistic thing which can be kind of, we need to kind of talk the talk, but actually they don't really know what's happening in the world. They don't really understand kind of the realities of kind of how change happens. And yet, actually, as someone who's been involved in political campaigning now for quite a few years, I know the power of young people to completely change the discourse and the power of young people to insert new ideas and new energy and change people's minds as to what is possible. Was the previous one not working? Or, no, okay. Okay. So yes, let's use this weekend to prove those skeptics wrong, but also use the opportunity this weekend because of all the opportunities. I mean, please use not just in the formal sessions which are being organized, but informally get to know one another, learn from one another. Everyone here has amazing experiences. I've just heard a couple just earlier in the icebreaker about people here are so kind of informed and aware of what's going on. There's so much we can learn from one another. So, you know, we're all here now, so let's make this weekend count. The second point I'd like to make is don't let this weekend stop on Sunday night. I mean, let this be the start of something much larger. Because come Monday morning, when you go back to your job or your campus or your school, please take what you've learned and use it, put it into action, because this has to be the start of something larger. It's not just about coming into a room and talking with one another. This has to be about kind of the actions which happen on the Monday morning and the next month and the next month, because we need to kind of build a movement which leads into not just to COP27 in Sharm El-Sheikh, not just into COP28, where the Global Golden Adaptation will be presented, but beyond that. Because when the Global Golden Adaptation is being decided, young people's voices need to be right at the heart of it. And this is what has been happening throughout the regional forums over the last few months, been organized by Adriana and Aoife and the team, and the amazing work of the advisory panel. So please do kind of take this weekend and kind of act upon what you learn and hear from each other. And my third point is, just to kind of make the kind of a personal pitch from GCA's perspective, but we do, please see us your partner in choice in this, and please see us as someone to continue working with when you do kind of take forward those actions after this weekend. I've been working with GCA for 3.5 years now. Youth leadership is at the heart of what we do. Ever since I started, it's been always kind of a centerpiece of our kind of work, because we kind of believe that people and not just the ideas that they bring, but also the ability they have as agents of change in the communities is such an important part of building the resilience to climate change, which Adriana mentioned. One example of that is we have our largest program in Africa, and we have a Youth Adaptation Challenge. We're kind of funding kind of youth-led entrepreneurs who are doing amazing work with amazing new tools and ideas as to how to kind of combat the impact of climate change, which is kind of impacting communities right now. And just a final kind of personal point, which is I'm the Director of External Affairs at the Global Centre on Adaptation. Adriana often says I look much younger than I actually am, but it's true that amongst the senior team in GCA, I'm the youngest of the senior management. And quite often I know, therefore, from a personal level, but as a young person, sometimes you feel, you know, should I be saying this? Kind of, should I just be a bit more kind of respectful to older people, and am I right in putting forward my point of view? But one thing I have learned is actually what really counts is, what is most important is kind of what you say, and kind of how you say it. So I know that kind of all the work you'll do this weekend will be I'm really looking forward to hearing about it, because on Monday we have world leaders coming to our office just across the way, and yeah, I think that what you'll kind of bring to that, and what the kind of your representatives kind of on the world stage then will be super important. So thank you so much, and with that I'll pass you back on to Adriana.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mike, and thank you for making this event possible, because the Youth Leadership Program of the Global Center on Adaptation is part of the external affairs. Now also, I want to invite one of the change makers that have made possible. And let me just tell you how this idea started. Last year, the CEO of the Global Center on Adaptation established the Youth Advisory Panel. 12 youth from the 6 continents providing advice about what is needed to accelerate adaptation action, but also how we can engage young people in the process. And these 12 youth have worked together days and nights, putting together ideas to make possible this event. They recommend to organize regional youth adaptation forums. You have the outcomes over there, 7 forums, but also to have an in-person event here in Rotterdam. I want that all the members of the Youth Advisory Panel please stand up, and that people can see you. And please join me with a big applause for all of them. And I want to invite one of them. Nikhil Prasad, he is a member of the Youth Advisory Panel. He is from Fiji, one of the youth activists in the Yongo movement, that is the largest platform of young people under the UNFCCC process, but also is a master student, is a person that is engaged in multiple processes. Nikhil, thank you for being with us. Please share how this process has been for you, and invite all the delegates to these 2 wonderful days. Please.
Dear selected youth participants, decision makers, and leaders, Nisam Bulavinaka, and hello to you all. I am Nikhil, and I'm part of the Youth Advisory Panel, and I'm speaking today on behalf of my panel. Today is something that we worked on since September 2021, so it's a big deal for all of us, and it's finally happening. The next 48 hours are an extremely important opportunity for us all, as we come together to do what we can to expand youth dialogue on adaptation action, delivering on the Glasgow Climate Pact. Following the recent publication of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which was about the impacts, adaptation, and vulnerability, it is imperatively clear that an increased action on adaptation to ensure that the future of young people is secured, and countries have the capacity at financial and technical levels to adapt now. The inception of our Youth Advisory Panel to the CEO for the Global Center on Adaptation endeavored to produce meaningful youth space to appreciate and deliver youth success stories and incredible work within adaptation streams, from grassroots to international levels. This is evidently achieved by the 7 successful regional adaptation forums that were hosted for the African, Oceania, Asia, North America, Latin America, and the Middle East and North Africa regions. And now the in-person event that is happening in Rotterdam today and tomorrow. As young leaders of today, we are aware of the active and urgent role we have to play to ensure adaptation is implemented within communities as well as our policies. And in this gathering, I thank you all for the incredible work that you're doing to the best of your capacity. Welcome again. I am confident that you all will successfully engage in this two-day event to share the work that you're doing and to empower and amplify the role of young people in the area of adaptation. Thank you.
Great. And now we are going to move forward with a very exciting agenda. And to start, it's important to know what is adaptation and why it is important. And I am delighted also to welcome one of the leads of the report that GCA every year is putting together, that is the Stake and Trends report, that brings together the latest information about adaptation. And he had an emergency, and now he's at the airport. His name is Ede Jorgelia Illas Vasquez. He is Colombian. He has an extraordinary experience working at the multilateral level with environmental, sustainability, climate change, and adaptation issues. And Ede, thank you very much for joining us despite the challenges. You know, it is one of the key lessons. Life is changing very fast, and what we need to learn is how we adapt, and we need these new skills and this knowledge to be able to adapt. Ede, thank you for joining us. We know that you are at the Schiphol airport, you know, traveling today. Thank you for making this possible. We have young people from all over the world, and the question that always is there is, what is adaptation and why it is important? Thanks, Ede, and you can hear us, then please, a big applause to Ede that is at the airport.
Thank you so very much, Adriana, and thank you to you all. And first, my apologies, because I really wanted to be there with you. I know that we are in a connected world, but nothing like the opportunity to see each other, to shake hands, to discuss face-to-face, to learn from each other. I had a family emergency. I had to rush to the airport, but as I told Adriana, I do not want to miss the opportunity to talk to those of you who are in the room. I have met some of you in COP26 and everybody else who is connected online. And this is a great opportunity to talk a little bit about what is climate adaptation and why it's so important for youth to be engaged. You have a lot of youth movements that are focusing on tackling the sources of climate change, tackling the issue of climate mitigation. But what I want to discuss with you today is why it is equally important to adapt to the realities of what is going on climate change. So let me start with the presentation. I have a few slides just to deliver a couple of messages, but the most important one is that there's so much to learn about this. I want to invite you to continuously learn this process. I learn every day. There's so much that the science is trying to tell us, but there's so much to be done on the ground to help communities, households, nations to adapt to the new realities of climate change. Let's start with the presentation then, Noah. Thank you so much for putting it up, and then we can start the conversation. Wonderful. Let me start with the key messages that I want to discuss today. Next, first is that the world is very different if we end up at 1.5 degree warming, which is the commitment of the world and the Paris Agreement, or we end up at 3 degrees centigrade. And therefore, there's not one climate change. We have a very uncertain future, and therefore action is fundamental to make sure that we avoid going beyond 1.5 degree warming. If we end up at 3 degree warming, the situation is going to be so much more complicated that we may not be able to adapt in many parts of the world, or it's going to be so expensive that it's just unfeasible. Message number 2, next. What is really important is that the climate change impacts are happening faster than what the science is telling us. I'll tell you a little bit about my personal experience and the mistakes that I did when I was doing climate science and how one has to be very cautious on that. Next message. Climate is not poverty neutral. It affects the poor a lot more than the non-poor. And the poor are less able to absorb the shocks of climate. And therefore, the action on climate adaptation, yes, is for everybody, but it is the poor that are the most vulnerable in this situation. And I'll show you maps from all around the world how this is so very true. Next message. Now, the first step to get ready for climate change is not to think that this is going to be a problem in 2050 or a problem in 2100. You need to get ready for the disasters of today, for the floods, the droughts, the heat waves of today, as a step number one to get ready and adapted for a new climate reality. Next message. Climate adaptation is seen by many people as a cost. When everybody looks, oh, this is so expensive and we need to invest into all of this adaptation. And turns out that through our studies, we show that it actually makes good business sense to be adapted for climate. It is really, it brings so many benefits to get ready for those shocks of today and tomorrow that is actually quite productive, and therefore it shouldn't be as a cost. It should be seen as an economic, as a business, as a wealth generation opportunity. And then the final message that I want to deliver today, next, is that climate adaptation is everybody's business. Many people tend to say, no, it's the government that needs to protect us from the changes of climate. Well, it's not. It is everybody. It is individuals and households and communities and businesses and regions and the government, of course, the international organizations. Everybody has a role to play in climate adaptation. So let's start. Now that you heard the messages that I want to deliver, I gave away the story so that you can remember what is it that we're discussing today. Next slide, please. Now, you missed a few slides. Whoever is handling my presentation, you jump to section number 2. So you need to go back and start from slide number 1. Yep, let's go back. I think that's the beginning of section number 2. Yes, please, thank you. A little bit more, keep going. A little bit more and then we'll be there. Oh, a little bit more. Thank you so much. Keep going backwards. Sorry that everybody is getting there. Okay. I think that this one. All right, now let's go to the next slide, please. You went all the way. Yep, keep going with all the key messages. No, you're jumping to section number 2. There's something wrong with the way that you are showing the slides. Go to slide number 1, please. Thank you so much. Perfect. Next one. Next one, Adriana will do the introduction of GCA, so that we don't lose more time on this one. Keep on going. Thank you. Now, this is the key messages that we discussed earlier. Thank you. Keep on going. And then we're going to start with the first message. The world is going to be very different if the warming stays at 1.5 degrees or it goes beyond 3 degrees. Keep on going so that we go to the next slide. Wonderful. In 2018, okay, so 4 years ago, when the Paris Agreement was coming and getting together, the world, with all of the climate pledges and targets and everything that the world had promised 4 years ago, was going for a warming of 3 degrees. So everybody was committed and everybody, yes, we're doing climate change. Well, it turns out that with all of the beautiful promises, we were going at 3 degrees. And the Paris Agreement goal said that is just really dangerous. We need to stay at 1.5 degrees. And there has been a lot of movement, a lot of new pledges. You have heard a lot about the net zero commitments that countries are making. Next slide. So what was the situation in Glasgow next year? With all of the pledges that were done, maybe we get to 2.4 degrees warming. So all of the hard work of the last 4 years in promises, not in deeds, in promises only got us from 3 degree warming to 2.4 degree warming. And this is very serious. Next slide. Why? Let me show you how different the world it is at 2.2 degrees warming or 4 degrees warming. This is the temperature. The redder, darker it is, the warmer it is. Latin America, left-hand side, 2 degrees warming. The important impacts at 4 degrees warming, the situation is going to be so much more difficult. And therefore, regions like Africa, remember, when we say, oh, it's 3 degrees warming, well, it's 3 degrees warming average for the world. When you are in the middle of Africa, an average of 3 degrees means for people living in the middle of Africa, 4.5 to 5 degrees warming. And when you are living in a situation where now the average is 27 degrees centigrade and you on average go 5 degrees more, it means that your peaks, your really hot times of the day, are such that the human body cannot survive. And this is what it is that becomes more complicated. And the 3 degrees warming means that the Antarctic and in the poles, that difference is just dramatically impacting the melting of the glaciers. And therefore, that's what is complicated. Everybody says, oh, it's only 2 degrees, 3 degrees, that's not too much. I can handle 2 degrees. In a warm day, it's actually 10 degrees warmer than at night. Well, it actually is because we're talking about average. Next slide. In this slide, the issue is that if you look at what are the impacts in 1.5 versus what are the impacts at 4, then you can see in the slide that actually the coral begins to bleach at 2 degrees, and at 3 are just completely gone. The impacts on the food systems are just beginning to get really serious at 2, and at 4, things are just beginning to collapse. Health, the human body in many areas of the world cannot survive when you're hitting 3 degree warming levels. At 3 degrees warming, for example, the scientists don't even know with certainty whether the tundra in Canada and Russia in the northern is going to melt, releasing the methane that has been captured under the ice for millennia. And therefore, once you release this methane, the cycle of climate change will become even more dramatic. And therefore, you may not stop at 3, you may stop at 4, 5, 6. Next slide. And one of the complicated things is that many of these parameters take a long time to proceed. Please click. For example, if in this scale, the brown line, it is emissions of CO2, of greenhouse gases. Even if we stop and we peak within the next 10 to 20 years, actually, the concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere will take a couple of 100 years to stabilize. The temperature will take 100 centuries to stabilize. It's not because you just, oh, we stop, we peak emissions, we go to net zero. Well, actually, the consequences of this the globe continue. Actually, the melting of the ice takes several hundred years, and the actually sea level stabilization may take millennia. So the impacts of these years, you think that it's only your generation. Actually, it's not your generation. It is hundreds of generations that will feel the impact of what is happening today. So think this is a very long-term problem. I mean, talk about long-term. This is millennia and consequences of a few years, a couple of decades on Earth. Next one. Next slide, please. Now, second message, and let's click through all of the messages. The second message that I want to deliver again, and let's please click and let's go through the messages, is that climate change impacts are happening faster than what the models tell us. Let's go to the next slide. And you see in the news all the time, look, the glaciers are melting 100 times faster in Alaska than previously thought, okay? The Arctic permafrost are thawing 70 years sooner than predicted. And let me tell you a story. Next slide. I was doing my PhD in MIT. I was doing climate science, late 80s, early 90s, when supercomputers were a thing of the past. What you have in your phone today is what we used to have in this big computer, and we had all these complicated models, and we were asking the question, when do you think that the glaciers in the Andes, in the mountains of Latin America, are going to melt? And we did all these complicated models and all these things, and we said, maybe in 30, 35 years, by 2020, I think that the situation is going to be really bad. So let's click this one. This is examples of glaciers in the Andes in 1975. By the 2000, 20 years later than what we had predicted, these glaciers were gone. Click next. And then by 2008, nothing. And why? Because we were, as scientists, looking at, oh, let's see, we have a pot of ice, and then it's going to melt from the outside in. Well, it turns out that ice, and those of you who live in areas with snow, ice doesn't melt that way. If you see in your parking lot, it melts like a chessboard. So there are some holes and little holes, and then these little holes grow from the middle, and it's all non-linear. And therefore, it's a lot more complicated. Reality is more complicated than what the science and models tells you. And therefore, that melting happens so much faster than we thought we could do with the models. And therefore, science is progressing all the time. We're getting better data. We're getting better computers. We're getting now quantum computer artificial intelligence. But even then, real biological systems, real glacial systems are far more complicated than we want. And therefore, all of those predictions, just be warned, things are going to get worse much faster. Therefore, that's why adaptation becomes so important. Next slide, please. Let's click to the messages. The next message that I want to talk a little bit about is that climate, keep going, please, until we go to the next slide, is that climate is not poverty neutral. Next, go to the next slide. So when I was in the World Bank, we were looking at where do the poor live in Brazil? Left graph. The lighter it is, no, you went too far. Let's go back. On the left side, the lighter it is, that's where more poor people live, in the Amazon and in the northeast of Brazil. People that are richer live in the south and the middle, in Sao Paulo and Rio de Janeiro and all that. We took maps that said, where are the climate change going to get worse on agriculture and on temperatures? That is the right side of the graph. So that map shows you the darker it is, the worse the climate impacts are. You overlap them, and then you see that the worst impacts are going to happen in areas where most of the population is poor. So climate is not poverty neutral. The greater impacts that are going to be felt are going to affect the poor the most. And this is not just poor in developing countries. Let's go to the next slide. This slide shows you temperatures today. Where do you have more heat waves? And this is in Baltimore, in the US. The darker, the higher the heat waves. On the right-hand side is the poverty level. The lighter, the more poor that you have, the less income you have. Where are the cities feeling the most heat waves? Where is the impact more? In the poorer neighbors, where you have African Americans and Latino in areas of the city that do not have enough shade, where there's a lot more pavement, where there's a lot more of an urban heat island effect. And therefore, that combination in the US of heat waves, of climate shocks, and poverty, super correlated. Let's click to see on the right-hand side other cities, and you see city after city after city in the US, that correlation exists. Message. Climate impacts are not poverty neutral. The poverty are living areas that are more affected. The poor that are living in low-income communities in slums, where are the slums? The slums are in areas that get more flooded. Where are many of the indigenous peoples living is in areas, in lands that are easier, more degraded, and therefore the climate impacts shocks them a lot more. Climate shocks are not poverty neutral. And therefore, if you're going to be working on adaptation, that combination, and you're really interested about helping the poor segments of the population, the poor households, that combination of poverty and climate change is very, very strong. Next slide, please. Let's go through the messages. The next message that I want to give you is that, just click until we go to the next slide, is that the first step to get ready for the adaptation to climate change in years and decades to come is to be ready for the disasters of today. Next slide. And why? Because you cannot be ready for climate change tomorrow if you're not ready for the disasters of today. Next, please. And this is really important because if you think that, oh, climate change is something that is going to happen, I don't know, a decade from now, 2050, 2100, you're not going to be prepared. Click. And therefore, understanding today's the risks of the shocks today is the first step to get ready for climate adaptation and resilience. And many people tend to see the disaster risk management, getting ready for floods and droughts, as a different thing, like a civil response, civil emergency to this process. But in reality, that's step number one of getting ready for adaptation. And let's click, and therefore, and it's very important, you are going to be hearing a lot about the terms adaptation and resilience. Let's do 2 clicks, please. resilience is really getting ready for the shocks that you're having today, to be able to get prepared, to be able to respond, to be able to bounce back and build better after those disasters. And that is important. You need to do that. That's step number one. But remember that the climate change is going to make those disasters more frequent and more intense with time. And therefore, you can be resilient today, but you may not be adapted to the climate change of tomorrow. However, you're not going to be adapted if you're not resilient to the disasters of today. So get very involved. If you are really interested in getting into action, one practical way to get into action on climate adaptation is to help households and communities and nations as a whole to be ready for the disasters of today, for those climate shocks. Next slide, please. Now, this is a map that shows how ready are different countries to deal with those climate shocks today. Not with the climate shocks of tomorrow, but those of today. And you see that there are only very few countries, the dark green, that are really ready. You begin to see what is happening in Latin America, in South Asia, in many countries of East Asia, medium size. Africa still has a long way to get ready for the shocks of today. Therefore, if you are not ready for the shocks of today, you are not ready for the shocks of tomorrow. I promise you that. Next slide. And let's click to see the next messages. And then the next one that I want to talk is that you cannot see climate adaptation as a cost. Oh, this is so expensive, we cannot afford to do that process. In the Global Center on Adaptation, we have looked at different measures to get adapted. How about if we have better information on what is happening with the weather and the climate, and a farmer can know when the rains are going to come or how dry this year is going to be, and therefore what kind of crop am I going to be planting this year, and when do I do that? Well, turns out that that's becoming adapted. Does that have a cost? Yes. What are the benefits out of that investment are multiples orders of what is it that you're going to do. What about saving water? The more water that you save and you're able to consume more efficiently, then when the shocks come, actually you are better prepared. There are many cities around the world, for example, that you know that in the pipes, they lose half of the water that they put into the pipes. Half of the water just gets lost into the little turns and pipe breaks and the like. And therefore, you get a shock, you get a drought, but you're not prepared because you are wasting half of the water in that process. I've been in cities that they waste 80% of the water. So imagine they put 100 liters of water and 80 of them are lost before they get to anybody. Therefore, this, and does it cost? Yes. What are the benefits of that are multiples, 1 to 4, 1 to 10, 1 to 20. And therefore, it is a good business. It makes economic sense to be able to do adaptation. Next slide. And why? It is because adaptation is just avoiding those losses, avoiding those damages that are going to happen. It also helps become more efficient. If you are saving water in your city, you don't have to treat as much water and spend all the money in the chemicals. You don't have to pay as much electricity bill pumping the water from the water treatment plant to the houses of everybody. You really don't need to build reservoirs that are twice as big because you're losing half the water in the pipes. And therefore, there are economic benefits that come into this. And then finally, they have very important social and environmental benefits. If you are in a water-stressed area and you don't need to waste so much water, and therefore you are protecting the water and you don't take as much water from nature to waste it in your pipes. Actually, you are having important environmental benefits. If you are not wasting half of the water in the pipes, you are able to serve more people. You're able to give water to more poor people, and therefore it has important social benefits. So adaptation has all these benefits, all these ripple effects to be able to have so much good business sense to do adaptation. Adaptation cannot be seen as a cost. Adaptation is a business opportunity, it's an economic opportunity, it's the economically smart thing to do. Next slide, please. And then the last message that I want to discuss today is that adaptation is not the government business only, it's everybody's business. Next slide. And what is really important is to say, look, everyone in society has a role to play. I do lectures to many specialists on climate adaptation. And I always do this test, and I say, look, you live in areas that get frequently flooded. Raise your hand if you have in your household a preparedness plan. What does that mean? Everybody knows, whatever are the members of the family, if a flooding comes, where are they going to meet? Who is going to call who? If they are in different parts of town, what is the plan to get together? What are the documents that you're going to take out of the house? What are the valuables that you're going to move from the first floor to the second floor to the roof? And that's the most basic preparedness. That's not the job of the government. That's the job of the family. How many people are ready? Even in people that are specialized on climate adaptation, very few do that. And therefore, adaptation begins at home. The communities, for example, after the big tsunami, and I know that this doesn't have to do with climate change, but after the big tsunami in Japan, I was visiting some of the communities a couple of years later to learn some of the lessons. And Japan is the best country to get ready for disasters. And they were telling me some of the mistakes they had. So for example, you know that the children in Japan with the tsunami died proportionally much less than the adults, which is strange. You would think that the children are the weakest, and therefore in a tsunami, they're the ones who die the most. Well, not at all. Why? Because every month in the schools of Japan, they do the drills for the disasters. They know there's an alarm, everybody moves to the fourth floor, all of the children know exactly. And the adults, well, the adults don't do as many drills, and therefore when the tsunami came, many of them didn't know what to do. The children, every children knew what to do. Second, persons with disabilities died proportionally more than the average population. And it was strange to me because Japan is a country that is very conscious on persons with disability. It has the best infrastructure for mobility. People can really do that. They care for the older population that have less abilities and less mobility. And they said, well, it was not a problem of infrastructure. Our infrastructure was ready. It was the communities that were not ready. Why? Because when a tsunami comes, there has to be the social structure and the social know-how. Who's going to take care of our family and community members with disabilities to run uphill? And if that person is not there, who's going to be the backup? Who calls? And therefore, you can have the best infrastructure. If you don't have that social community support, it doesn't work. Finally, the third lesson was that women and men are affected very differently. And therefore, in Japan, at that time, all of the shelter committees, they have very important shelters, they're very well designed, but all of the shelter committees are generally run by men. And men generally in Japan don't pack for vacation. And therefore, when the women and girls came to the shelters and they opened the boxes for the shelter, they're like, seriously? That's what you have in the shelter? You don't have any of the things that we need as women. Then the climate impacts are not gender neutral. You need every member of society. You need the persons with disabilities. You need the women and girls. You need the indigenous peoples. You need the different persons from different religious background, for different sexual orientation, to be able to be part of that. Climate adaptation and resilience is everybody's business. And it is a business. I keep repeating, a society is not going to be able to be adapted to climate change if there is not a network, if there is not an ecosystem of businesses that provide adaptation solutions. Because if we're going to think that the government is going to do that, it's not going to happen. There are many, we need a lot of small and medium enterprises, and that's why in GCA there's so much emphasis on supporting these small entrepreneurs to create new businesses that provide adaptation solutions. One of our winners in Africa, I like the business idea a lot. She has these drones that fly around the city and identify where are the waste, the illegal waste dumps that are blocking the drainage. And right before the flood comes, then she knows exactly in the entire city where are the process, and therefore there's these crews that come, collect all the garbage, do all the recycling, She has a business to do that process, but what is the benefit? The benefit is that the floods come and the drainage are not blocked, making the flood even worse. And you see, there are these businesses where, and she's now employing several dozen people into this process. A very clear technology-driven idea is providing an adaptation service. Adaptation is a business. We encourage many of you who have good ideas to do a business. Actually, it was fascinating to see, and this is another interesting lesson of our Youth Adapt. We were saying, look, we need to try to do a gender balance. Let's make sure that we have both women and men. Actually, we had actually a difficult time finding enough men entrepreneurs thinking about adaptation. And our hypothesis is that in many cultures, women are in the household the leaders of adaptation. They're the ones who need to think about the shocks. The children get sick, the flooding happening, the droughts affecting the crops, and therefore they are more attuned and more ready for adaptation, and therefore they come up with better business ideas to move into this process. So actually in the Youth Adapt Challenge, we have many more ideas from women than from men. I think that that's why that diversity is so important, and that's why the message climate adaptation and resilience is everybody's business. Next slide. And next slide, I already talked about the multiple dimensions into this process. Let's move to this slide because I'm running a little bit out of time and I want to make sure that we are not, I'm not taking over Salim's time for the presentation. Please click until we move to the next slide. Thank you so much. This is that. And I talk a little bit about behavioral change. In the end, adaptation is not only infrastructure, it's not only about nature-based solutions, it's also about the behaviors. Being ready for the disasters, understanding what are the risks, being able to, for example, it's so difficult to buy insurance because people say this is a cost, and actually it's a fundamental tool to be able to get ready for the disasters of today. There's only so much I can tell you on half an hour on adaptation. Next slide. I encourage you, the GCA has what is called the State and Trends in Adaptation Knowledge Exchange that has a lot of more information on adaptation so that you can learn. They have communities of practice to learn about in water, in cities, in you name it, to really try to capture the information on adaptation solutions to be able to learn what is happening to all of these processes. So I encourage you to learn a lot more. This was hopefully an appetizer with a few messages on adaptation. And as I said, there's a lot of youth movements on mitigation. Mitigation is very important. But many people say, oh, you're working on adaptation, you are giving up. And I'm saying, no, I'm not giving up. It is fundamental that we avoid 3-degree warming. It is fundamental we get a 1.5 degree. But even a 1.5 degree warming, the impacts of climate change will be felt very hard and will be felt very hard by the poor families and households of the world, by the poorer countries that are even less prepared to deal with those changes. So let's get into action. I'm so proud of all of you that you're really focusing on adaptation. We are about 10 to 15 years behind mitigation. We need to catch up. We need your energy, your innovation, your passion to get things moving into this process. Adriana, thank you very much. I'm back to you.
Thanks a lot, Ede. And as Ede said, adaptation is everyone's business. Adaptation is about getting prepared. And the most important is that adaptation starts at home. And you are the ones that will help to really help your communities to adapt to the impacts of climate change. Then, Ede, I know that you are at the airport. I just wanted to check whether 1 or 2 questions are possible, because in few minutes you will just take your plane. Then if we have just the time for 2 questions, very brief, we will request that the persons that are in the back, if you can help us with the microphone, we are going to take 2 questions, and I want to check whether there is a possibility also if there is any question from the people that are connected virtually. Then we have 2 questions here. If anyone can help me, we have 1 microphone here, and then, yes, 1 microphone here, please. Very brief, because he is going very soon to the airplane.
Yes, I have 1 question about the subject of attributability, which I think is central, and it's becoming like more important as adaptation becomes more mainstream and more companies and government have commitments on adaptation. Like, when can we know if somebody is making adaptation or something else?
Excellent. We have another question more here. And we have also many youth connected virtually. They are in the Zoom, they are in the live stream. Do we have, Haley or Thomas, any question from the participants that are connected virtually?
We have one question.
Then the microphone here, please. Haley and Thomas, both of them are helping with the moderation of the online participants. Haley, please.
We have a question that has come in from Koto Daniel. I'm seeing if we can get him up on the screen. We might not be able to. Just wait one moment.
We go with the question.
So Kyoto has asked, what is the main challenges to achieve adaptation in developing countries?
Excellent. And Eddie, back to you.
Thank you so very much. I'll start with the last one and then I answer the first one. So what are the main challenges? So first, information. Meaning, if you imagine you are a farmer in a developing country and you were used to certain cropping ways that you learned from your grandpas, from your fathers that have passed on from generation, and now the climate is beginning to change. The rains are coming earlier, they're coming stronger, and then you have droughts, and then you don't know. And therefore, by not having that information, you are not able to adapt. Second, the very important barrier is financing. Adaptation brings tremendous economic benefits, but you do need money to do those investments. If you do those investments, you can pay them back really fast because you get so much benefits out of it. If you are a farmer and you're able to do drip irrigation, if you have better information on your mobile phone, if you are able to buy drought-resistant seeds, you can pay back that money right away. But it's the initial financing that is a little bit complicated. And then third is the lack of understanding that adaptation is not something that is going to happen 10, 20, 50 years ago, that saving every drop of water helps you get adapted. Making sure that you don't waste energy helps you get adapted. Making sure that the communities know who are the most vulnerable to help them when shocks happen helps you get adapted. And therefore, that idea that adaptation can wait is one of the important barriers into this process. Finally, there has to be a lot more solidarity and support from developed countries who committed to $100 billion a year in transfers to the developing world. That has not been achieved since the Paris Agreement. And actually, a lot of that money is going to mitigation. Solar panels, electric vehicles, public transport, very important. You heard me say, mitigation is dramatically important, but it's not enough. And therefore, there's a lot of push to say, look, we need that balance. We need a better balance in those flows from the developed world to the developing world between mitigation and adaptation. And there's a commitment that was made in Glasgow that to double adaptation financing over the next 3 to 4 years. So therefore, I think that those are 4 of the important barriers. Now, on the question of attribution and the process, one additional message that I also delivered that I didn't put in this presentation due to lack of time is that adaptation is not 1 or 0. It's not black or white. It's not that I'm adapted or not adapted. Actually, it is a very difficult process of continuously strengthening and continuously getting ready for new shocks that the climate change is causing. And therefore, if you tend to, and therefore it's really difficult to come and say I'm perfectly adapted. The example that I use is the Netherlands. The Netherlands, in terms of flood management and sea level rise and the like, you can say top of the line. And I hope that you learn a lot and you drive around and you absorb what is it that they're doing. But the level of investments that they made over centuries, because they began to get ready against the sea a couple of centuries ago, and therefore the level of investment that they made is tremendous. Not everybody can afford that. And therefore adaptation, particularly for developing countries or for poorer communities, is a gradual process of getting ready in that process. And therefore finding what is the most practical and cost-effective way to strengthen your resilience to the disasters of today and to gradually get better and better and more adapted to that process. But remember, the climate shocks will overwhelm periodically the capacity of households, of communities, of regions, even of nations as a whole to do that. The Pacific Islands that look, they used to know, look, we have a disaster every generation. Now the question is not when are we going to have the next hurricane, but actually what is the island that is going to get it? Another getting it more than once a year between the tropical storms and the hurricanes. And therefore you are beginning to see that sometimes you get overwhelmed. And therefore, that's when the solidarity of the world needs to come into this process. There are small countries, small island states that are actually unable and don't have the resources, human, financial, economic, to be able to withstand the shocks of climate. This is really important to try to bring a little bit of climate justice across the world, not only within individuals in a country, but within nations overall in that process. Back to you, Adriana, with a big thanks for the opportunity to talk to you. I hope that this continues to be a learning journey. And remember, there are no answers to many of these questions. We are all learning together. And as I said, the models, the scientific models, don't give you the perfect answers. The engineers don't yet know how to do that perfection. But at the core, the only buffer that really we need to protect to be able to deal with climate change is nature. There's no way to buy ourselves through adaptation with concrete. That balance between engineering and biodiversity is going to be fundamental for us to survive the damage that has been done to the planet. Thank you so much, Adriana.
Thanks to you, Eddie. We wish you all a safe trip. And as you said, we have some challenges, but we have also many opportunities. And I want that you use your social media, especially with the hashtag Youth for Adaptation, and put there the takeaways about this presentation. We will continue with our agenda. I want to welcome the delegates that just joined virtually, because we have thousands and 100 people just connected online with the interpretation in different languages. To continue, we are going to learn a bit more what is this climate change process, what are the negotiations, what are we talking about, global goal on adaptation. And I have the honor and the privilege to welcome our next speaker. He is Salem Hook. He is the director of the Center for Climate Change and Development, ICAD. He is one of the negotiators that have also made possible the Paris Agreement and many other international agreements. He is also one of the lead authors in the IPCC report, and he has inspired many generations. Thank you, Salem, to be with us. He is connected from Bangladesh. Thank you also for your hard work, for your leadership. And now we have young people from all over the world connected. Then what I would like to ask you, Salem, is from this experience that you have, what are these negotiations and how youth can engage in this process, especially connected to the global goal of adaptation? Over to you, Salem. Please help me with welcoming Salem with a big applause.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Adriana. Hello to everybody in the room in Rotterdam and online. It's a great pleasure for me to speak with you. I'm sorry I cannot be with you in person. I would have liked to be, but nevertheless, I'm very pleased to be with you. What I'm going to do is to say three sets of messages, as Eddie had done. Firstly, start with what I do, my own work, and then secondly, what is the role of youth in tackling adaptation, both at the local level and then also at the global level. And then I'll end with answering the question that Adriana posed on what do we expect for COP27 and from the UNFCCC going forward, and what youth can do to contribute to that process. So let me start with myself. I am a professor of environment at the International Center for Climate Change and Development at the Independent University Bangladesh here in Dhaka, Bangladesh. And I teach climate change and environment. We run a master's program in climate change and development. And we do a lot of research on adaptation. And Bangladesh is actually a global leader when it comes to tackling adaptation to climate change because we take it very, very seriously here. At the same time, I'm also affiliated with the Global Center on Adaptation as a senior advisor on locally led adaptation. And that is my specialization. When I say locally led adaptation, I am focusing on the most vulnerable communities who are facing the impacts of climate change and who have to adapt, whether they like it or not, whether they know how to do it or not. They need to do it, and they need to be the focus of those of us who want to help the world adapt. We need to, I think, prioritize the most vulnerable who are living on the planet, whether they be in vulnerable countries or, as Ede has pointed out, poor people, even in rich countries, happen to be amongst the most vulnerable. And we have a network of locally led adaptation groups all over the world, and we run an annual big online conference, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, and we have groups from all over the world sharing what they're doing in their countries, starting from Australia in the east to Asia, Southeast Asia, South Asia, Africa, Europe, and then the Americas. And then we go around the world again 24 hours for 7 days, about 100 sessions from all over the world. And I would encourage anybody who's interested to follow that. It's called Gobeshona. Gobeshona is a Bangla word for research, and it's the name of this network of locally led adaptation groups doing adaptation on the ground in their own locations around the world. And now, what is the role of youth? You heard Adriana mention the role of, or the phrase transformational adaptation. That is really what we need to be aiming to do. And in my interpretation of transformational adaptation, it's about young people. It's about people, young people who do not need to do things the way that their parents did it. They can learn how to do things differently because they are going to live in a different world, as Ede has just pointed out. The world that you will live in, continuous from now, is going to be very different from the world that we lived in, those of us who are older. And you need to be aware of that. You need to gain your knowledge on that. And you need to be able to take actions on the ground, not just doing advocacy, that's important, but also doing actions on the ground. And I'll speak a little bit about what those actions might be. The first point I'll make is that to some extent, they need to be based on knowledge. And as Ede has said, there are sources of gaining knowledge now. If you can go and study, that's good. Even if you can't go and study, you can gain knowledge from the internet, on your cell phone, on what needs to be done, what is being done in different places, and what might be useful for you. But the most important knowledge gain on adaptation to climate change is actually a learning by doing process. So you don't learn adaptation from theory. You don't need to go to Yale or Harvard or MIT or Oxford to do a master's on adaptation, on what they're doing on adaptation, and then bring it back to your own country and see what you can do. That won't work. You have to do things on the ground and learn by doing. And by learning by doing, you will actually discover what works and what doesn't work. Some things will work, some things will not work. Some things will work today, but then they won't work again tomorrow, so you'll have to adapt them. Adaptation is a continuous exercise. It doesn't stop at one go, and it's not a one-step process. It's a multi-step process, and you'll have to do it for the rest of your lives. We will all have to do it for the rest of our lives, but our lives, my life, doesn't have that many years left. Yours has a lot more years left, and you're going to have to become the leaders and the champions of dealing with the impacts of climate change, and become the advisors and the providers of evidence and knowledge to your elders, to your decision makers at the local level, the local mayors of the towns you live in, and at the national level, your ministers and your prime ministers and your presidents. They need to listen to you, and you need to be the source of information and evidence for them to do things on the ground. And by innovating, by doing different kinds of practices, learning what works and what doesn't work, and then scaling up what works. That is really the way forward on adaptation. It is a learning by doing, learning what works, what doesn't work, and then discarding what doesn't work and scaling up what does work. And that's where you then interface with the decision makers at the higher levels of your government, your nation, but also at the global level as well. And so let me now move to the global level. The global level is the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. All countries have agreed. They have agreed to take action. We have the landmark agreement of the Paris Agreement, which was achieved at the 21st Conference of Parties back in 2015 in Paris, France, where all countries together agreed to keep global temperature below 1.5 degrees. That was a tremendous achievement. We are unfortunately still not on track, but we still want to keep that goal and achieve that goal if we can. At the same time, the rich countries made a promise of providing $100 billion, that's billion with a B, every year to the developing countries to tackle climate change, both mitigation and adaptation. Unfortunately, they have not met that $100 billion. It's not clear how much has actually come, but it's in the order of 70+ billion possibly in the last year. But the vast majority of that has gone for mitigation. And as Edith said, that is not right. Countries have been arguing for adaptation to be given more resources. And last year in COP26 in Glasgow, the developed countries agreed to double the amount of funding for adaptation. And they agreed, they accepted that they had not sufficiently funded adaptation, and they have agreed to fund adaptation, double the amount of funding to adaptation. And they are in the process of enhancing that funding, which is a good thing. On the other hand, one of the lessons that has come out of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change Working Group 2, which is on impacts, adaptation, and vulnerability, the sixth assessment report, which came out in February this year, made some very important evaluations of adaptation. On the one hand, they said there was not enough adaptation, there needs to be a lot more. But on the other hand, they also had a look at adaptation actions that had been done, that had been investments had been made. And they found, quite surprisingly, that quite a lot of them did not work very well. And some of them actually made things worse rather than better. And we now have a phrase in the adaptation scientific literature called maladaptation. So we tried to do adaptation, but we ended up making things worse. And that's not what we want to do. These were not done intentionally. These are all unintentional results, but they are nevertheless results that show us that some things did not work. And so one of the reasons, there are always multiple reasons for why things didn't work. Some of them are location specific, but one of the general reasons that the IPCC researchers found was that most of the projects that did not work were done and designed in a very top-down fashion by international experts or national experts who went to the local places and said, this is what you have to do, and we tell you how to do it, and you just have to implement it and things will get better. And they didn't get better. And so the number one cause for this failure to invest properly was the lack of consultation with the local people. The local people are the ones who know what the problem is. They feel it, they are facing it. They have ideas on how to deal with it. As the phrase goes, they know where the shoe pinches and they can tell you. They don't have all the solutions, they need help for the solutions, but they have a very good idea of what needs to be done. And so talking to local people, listening to local people, learning from them, and then, and only then, telling them what else you think you can help them to do is the right way to approach adaptation. And as I said, wherever you live, wherever you happen to be, young people have to play that role. You have to be the interlocutors for your communities, on behalf of your communities, with the authorities, whether they be scientists like myself, or government officials, or elected members of parliament and legislatures, or national decision makers, or indeed global decision makers. So the Conference of Parties of the UN Framework Convention is an annual meeting of global decision makers. All the governments of the world are members of the UN Framework Convention. They come every year to the Conference of Parties. The last year was the 26th Conference of Parties in Glasgow in Scotland, hosted by the United Kingdom. This year in November, it will be in Egypt, in Sharm El-Sheikh. The host will be Egypt, and they have already said this is going to be the Africa COP, this is going to be the Adaptation COP, and this is going to be the Implementation COP. So things are on paper and on talk, on words, going in the right direction. Now the question is, are they going in the right direction in practice or not? And that's where I will share a few thoughts before I stop, and I'd be very happy to take questions afterwards so we can have a more of an interactive session. One of the things that we agreed in Glasgow was to set up the Glasgow Sharm El-Sheikh Adaptation Work Program, which is going to feed into agreeing on the global goal on adaptation. The global goal on adaptation was something we agreed in Paris in Article 7 on adaptation of the Paris Agreement. We agreed we will have a global goal on adaptation. But unlike the global goal on mitigation, which we did agree in Paris, which was 1.5 degrees centigrade to stay below that, on mitigation, it was easy to have that one goal. On adaptation, because adaptation is so specific and different in different places, we could not agree what that one global goal would be. So we agreed to have a goal, but we also agreed that we will take a few years to work on what that goal should be, whether it should be one single goal or multiple goals. And we are going to now have this series of dialogues on how to produce this global goal or global goals, plural, one or more, going forward. And that's where I would encourage you to read about this global goal, read about the different dialogues and workshops that are taking place, and to think about, and I would encourage you very strongly to think about, and I would be very happy to support you as you develop this, having a youth input into the global goal, and indeed even having a youth output of the global goal. There should be a global goal on adaptation specifically for young people. Think about what that should be. Think about how you could make it happen, and then think about how you could measure it when it happens to know whether it's happening or not. And I would say very strongly that capacitating young people should be a major input, and then getting young people to be innovators and adapters in their different locations around the world should be a major outcome, and we should be able to measure that outcome over time. And so please look up the Global Goal on Adaptation decisions, the different workshops and dialogues that are going to take place over the next 2 years, and then give your inputs first into COP27, but it doesn't end in COP27. It will go on to COP28. So you can initially put something down for encouraging COP27 to include a global goal on youth, adaptation goal on youth, and then work on that further, and then refine it so that by the end of the period, the 2-year period that we have, we can have a global goal on adaptation for young people, for the youth, both as input and output and outcome. So let me stop there. Adriana, hand over to you, and I'd be very happy to take comments or questions if we have time for that.
Shalem, a big applause. As Salem, he said, you can play a very important role at the local level, just making your communities more climate resilient, but also to engage at the national level in the design and implementation of national adaptation plans at the international level, because many of you are also part of the official delegations, and you can discuss with your governments about your ideas and recommendations. Then now we will have the time for some questions. Let me just open the floor for some questions. If you have, we have some online, and we have also some here in the room. Let me start with the participants online. Then if you can help here with a microphone for the persons that are managing the virtual participation with Haley, and also if there are questions from the room, we will be happy also to take. Then Haley, please also help us to introduce the person that is making the question, please. Maybe we need an...
Thank you. So we have a question from Alessandro Venti, who is from Italy and currently working in Denmark. So he's asked, what do you feel the role of climate change education is? Do you feel that climate change education, if it was provided for all, would increase the chances that stakeholders take on more projects on adaptation? Or do you think that is still mainly a business attractiveness problem? Thank you.
Fantastic. Then here we have also, I see here another question, 2 questions more here, and then Omnia, and then we go with this.
Hello everyone, thanks. I'm Khundokar, founder of International Youth Changemaker. I'm really happy to see Sir Samsul Haq. I'm from also Bangladesh, and I have 2 suggestions actually, because of I will have 2 suggestions there in Bangladesh because of next year is possible to youth development year is announcement to government to easier to work climate change issues for our country, and other suggestion to like our United Nations have a youth advisory group, and our easier to climate change issues to how can talking about that. So it is our demand to every country to make youth advisory group like national level, so climate change issues. So it is easier to talking about to our climate change issues to national level to youth. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. This one? Here, and then.
Thank you. My name is Dewi. I'm from Indonesia. I have a question for you. What is the best strategy for locally led adaptation, especially initiated by young people, to get support from the national government? Thank you.
And I encourage you to introduce yourself, before that you start, the name and the country is over there.
Thank you so much. I'm Omneya Amrani. I'm the COP27 President Youth Envoy. I really admire and agree with the idea of what you have suggested in terms of having a youth input to the GCA, and I would like your advice for young people in the lead up to COP, as we are now less than 2 months away. How can we design a youth input that in a way we can ensure its integration, its relevance in the GCA discussions in the 2 weeks that we have for COP? Thank you.
Fantastic. And we have another one more here from the virtual participants.
Thank you. We have a question from Christine, and her question is, what concrete support would the United Nations system and or governments provide to ensure youth are meaningfully participating in the NDC enhancement process or implementation?
Then, Salem, you have different questions. Over to you.
Very good, very good. Excellent. I love getting questions and having interaction. So let me start with the first one on climate education. I will take up from where Eddie, the previous speaker, mentioned that adaptation is everybody's business, which means that everybody has to be educated. Every school child needs to be educated about climate change and what they can do about it, adaptation as well as mitigation, everywhere in the world. And so to me, climate change education is probably the #1 investment that has to be done by every government in the world. Every government. We cannot afford to neglect this anymore. It's upon us. We have to do it. So that's a no-brainer, and that will give us good dividends in the end. The question that my fellow countryman from Bangladesh made is very, very important, because increasingly we are seeing around the world at both national level and also at the global level a recognition of the importance of listening to and involving youth. But as Eddie also mentioned, and Adriana also mentioned, there can be a tendency to play lip service to this. And as you all know, the famous young person, Greta Thunberg from Sweden, she gets invited to go and talk. But she says, this is all blah, blah, blah. You don't do anything, you just talk. And inviting me to talk is not really going to help at all. And so if you're not listening, then what's the point of just giving me the 2 minutes to talk to you? That's not going to be good enough anymore. And so we have to be much more imaginative in terms of how we use that 2 minutes, but more importantly, we follow up on that 2 minutes in terms of holding the decision makers responsible for delivering on what they say they're going to do. You know, the two big things that they have agreed to do is keep temperature below 1.5 degrees and deliver $100 billion a year. And they've done neither. So they're not doing what they promised to do. So simply getting more promises from them is not going to be good enough. And we have to realize that. We can't just think, you know, we got a chance to say something and that's good enough. Never going to be good enough. So we have to follow up with them and make sure that they implement what they say. They'll come and say good things, but then they won't do it. So we have to make them do it. We have to keep a watchdog eye on them and call them out if they're not doing it. Then the other question on how to make locally led adaptation, particularly for young people, my advice would be, don't go to your government first. Go to your local community first, wherever you happen to be. If you're in a college or a school or a university or in a town or in a village, go to your local community. Look around, see what the problems are, see who is doing what. And you will find that there are many environmental problems. There are many issues that need to be addressed. And you will quite often find somebody already thinking about it or doing a little thing here or there. See what you can do to help them or join with them. Or if nobody's doing anything, you come up with an idea, and find allies who can help you develop that idea, and then try and do something on your own. Start yourself. And then once you have started, you then can go and seek support from either financiers to fund you or governments to support you. You go to them not just with a piece of paper idea, but with something tangible to show them on the ground that you have initiated. You use your time, your energy without any payment. This is all voluntary actions, so don't expect to be paid. And I find I do a lot of work with young people. You know, I have a university full of young people. We work a lot with them. They have lots of energy and they have lots of ideas, and they don't really need money. They're not asking for money. They just ask to be heard, to be listened to be given advice on what they can do. And at some point, once they have started doing something, they may then need money to continue to do it and to scale it up. And that's where the opportunity then will come to seek funding or seek further support from those that are more established, the establishment, as it were. But you cannot go to them with just saying, give me some money to do something. That will not work, and that's the wrong thing to do. Do something first, and then go and seek support to do that. I hope that's a useful advice. Now, on COP27, let me congratulate our youth envoy for the COP27 presidency. I look forward to meeting you in person in Sharm El-Sheikh. A very good question on how do we give inputs to the GGA. Time is short. So I would offer to support you and advise you to spend the next 2 days that you have in a small group, any people who are interested. You first read up what is the GGA, what are the dialogues that are taking place. There are a series of dialogues on different aspects. And then have a little workshop, maybe over dinner, over lunch, in a small group, working group, and come up with some ideas on a youth-specific global goal, all right? What do you think a youth-specific global goal on adaptation would look like? And there are two aspects. One is inputs, what can the youth do? And then how they can be supported to do it. And then also the outputs and the outcomes. How would we measure success of a youth-specific global goal on adaptation? And try and think about it. And the other point I'll make about global and local, you have to combine the two. You have to do both local and global, and you have to connect the local with the global. And so think about that. If at the end of the next 2 days, if you have a working group and some ideas, share them with me. I'll be very happy to continue to engage with your working group over the next few weeks, and let us have something ready for COP27 for those of you who will be there to take forward and give it to the the respective countries, to our own delegations, our own country delegations, and also to the discussions and dialogues that are taking place there. So I think this is a great opportunity. Time is short, but we still can do it if we put our minds to it and put our energy into it. The final point on concrete support to youth in the NDCs and the NAPs, the National Adaptation Plans, are really the adaptation part. The NDCs are mostly mitigation, but many of them also have adaptation. So you can do both of them. Increasingly, you will find that in both the NDC and the NAPs, the National Adaptation Plans, youth will get mentioned. And again, so the mentioning is good, but just mentioning is not good enough. It has to be mentioned and then followed up. So you need to engage with the decision makers who produce the NDC or the NAP and say, okay, you're saying this thing about youth, but let's make it happen. Let us join forces. I want to help you make it happen. You have to offer them to make it happen, and then put yourselves into their working groups and help them implement what they have said that they would do. And I'm pretty sure you'll find reference to youth. Nowadays, as I said, this is now becoming very popular to mention youth, but it has not become popular enough to actually do something with youth. And so you have to go from the talk to the walk and help them walk. And the good thing is that they will support you. It's not something you have to convince them anymore. They will agree, but they don't know how to do it. So you have to help them do it. So the ball is very much in your court with respect to how to take forward youth involvement in actions, in decisions, in advocacy, at all levels, from the local to the national to the global. And you cannot wait for them to do things. The time has run out. You have to be the action people at the local level, national level, and the global level. And this opportunity right now that you're participating is the global connection. Connect with each other across the globe and become more and more effective going forward. And I believe you can do it. And I'm very happy to continue to help you. Over to you, Adriana.
Salim. And I think that is an excellent transition, because now that we are talking about the global goal on adaptation, Salem had been one of the persons that started supporting the process, because the process didn't start here. You know, in March 2022, we started organizing regional youth adaptation forums. And the first one took place in Dakar, in Senegal, as part of the World Water Forum. And the illustrations that you can see there are the key messages of young people, institutions, decision makers that have participated in the regional youth adaptation forums. 7 forums: Asia, Africa, the Pacific, MENA, Latin America, North America, all over the world. And we will continue listening about the key ideas and recommendations and how to build this with a very strong position, not only to be presented at COP27, but really to feed the negotiations and to feed the results of the global goal on adaptation. Then now is my turn also to share a bit more about what is the Youth Leadership Program, what are we doing, why we are doing that, and how you can engage. And now I have the challenge to move my slides. Then just to have a general overview of where are we regarding youth. First of all, we have 1.8 billion of young people in all over the world. 90% of the young population live in developing countries. And we have 75 million that are trained, and they have the skills, they have the knowledge, but they don't have jobs. And it's a big challenge. Also, 1 billion of youth will enter the labor market in the next decade. And 100 million in developing countries can be pushed below the poverty level by 2030 due to the climate change impacts. These are some of the key elements that we need to consider. We have in the right, this is a news article from The Guardian that was published last year, because the Global Center on Adaptation last year mobilized young people from all over the world. He produced a global call to action. And if you, all of you, you have bags, and inside of your bag you have a publication. Can you just take one of the publications? What is this? Exactly. It's the Global Youth Call to Action that mobilized 100 young people from over 120 countries. And youth demand that the next decade will be a decade to invest in adaptation, to invest in the youth generation. And this is our roadmap. And special thanks to all the youth organizations, to Youngo, but also to the 100 organizations that make this roadmap possible. Then what is needed and what is important to do? First of all, our previous speakers highlight the importance and the need to urgent action. We don't have time, and if we continue waiting, it will be more costly. We need that the commitment that was done at COP26 to double the adaptation finance will be a reality. And you also can make your countries, your governments, accountable for that commitment. There is also an economic opportunity. 15 million jobs will be needed to absorb the young people that are now getting ready for adaptation jobs. And it's important to connect this with entrepreneurial skills and how young people can create innovative solutions that also create jobs. And we need also young people to be part of the decision-making process at all levels, at the local level, the local adaptation plans, at the national level, with the national adaptation plans, at the international level, with the international negotiations. And we need people that know what is happening, and for that we need to train them and to provide different spaces for youth participation, like this Youth Adaptation Dialogue. Then, in this slide, we will see a general overview about what the Youth Leadership Program is doing. Then we have in 2020, we launched the Youth Adaptation Network, and all of you are welcome to join the Youth Adaptation Network. We have now members in over 130 countries, and our youth and youth organizations that are committed and are working for adaptation. What we identify is that there was a big movement of young people, but there was a big emphasis on mitigation. And adaptation is a reality for all of us. And we need to take into account the Paris Agreement, adaptation and mitigation equally. And we need to have an integrated approach. Then we have the global call to action, and this call to action was handed over to the Secretary General, His Excellency Ban Ki-moon, that tomorrow will be with us. Calling leaders to invest on young people. And also GCA has developed several documents and reports bringing together data. One of these is a report that brings together the gaps and challenges that youth people face regarding youth participation in adaptation actions, taking concrete stories and interviews from young people from Africa and also the Global South. Last year, our CEO, Professor Patty Verkogen, launched the Youth Advisory Panel. You already know some of the members of the Youth Advisory Panel, 12 youth from all continents, providing strategic advice about how to accelerate adaptation action and how to engage young people. We have the Youth Adaptation Summit, was the first time ever hosted by the Netherlands government last year in January. First time that head of states and different actors, private sector, universities, NGOs, and youth got together to discuss adaptation. And youth were also there, bringing your voices and your proposals. Last year, we organized youth adaptation dialogues with different topics just to develop knowledge and skills about this topic. And we have several high-level events. In one of these, you can see that we are also bringing together persons that mobilize different populations. We have one of the most famous football players in the Netherlands, Arne Robben, who was with us, because we need everyone to help us to carry on this message. And also we have the participation of youth. Then what is happening and what GCA is doing? I think these are excellent news for you to know. We are working with partners to make possible that we will have a toolkit for youth on adaptation and leadership that will be available in English, French, and Arabic at COP27. And this toolkit aims to provide information and tools that all of you can use to train your communities. But in addition, we are going to train youth organizations in 10 African countries, and these organizations are going to train young people in Africa. It will be a massive effort, and we hope that also it will continue. GCA is also investing and putting as a priority empowering young women. We have developed an executive training for young women in Africa, and we started with 6 countries in Africa. We have the first cohort, and we continue empowering women next year. We have also the Youth Adapt, the adaptation competition that is a solution challenge, inviting young entrepreneurs from Africa. If you have an idea, if you have a business project, and you want to participate, it's a competition that gives a grant for young enterprises, also training and capacity building to grow your business idea. The next competition will be open this year. It started in African youth, but African youth are welcome to apply. Also, we hope that all of you will be part. You have the link. You will be connected with members of the Youth Advisory Panel. Just talk to them how you can make possible, how you can be a member of the Youth Adaptation Network. And today we will have also discussions about how we can strengthen this process at the regional level. And we have the Youth Advisory Panel. Then the Youth Advisory Panel, if I may also invite you again, once again, that you stand, or especially for the people, and you look at the cameras, for the people that just connected online. I am receiving messages that every time more people are connected, we have 12 young people. And look at the cameras, the more and everyone. We have, these are the 12 Youth Advisory Member Panel. Their period will conclude this year in December. And it is an invitation to all of you, if you want to be part of the next cohort, the Youth Advisory Panel 2023, to apply. The deadline will be until the 16th of September. Then don't miss the opportunity if you want to also be part of the Youth Advisory Panel. And with that, I also want to show you how the process has been. We have this year a massive mobilization. You need to feel very proud because you are part of the newborn youth adaptation movement. It's a massive movement with people that are committed, that are making a transformation. We have 7 youth adaptation forums that started, as I mentioned, Asia, Pacific, Asia. After that, we moved to Bonn as part of the UNFCCC conference. We went to the high-level political forum in New York. We went to MENA. That was an event that, just through the leadership of MENA members, we organized the MENA forum, and we conclude in San Jose of Costa Rica the 12th of August as part of the International Youth Day. The idea of this process is that all this input contribute to the global goal on adaptation negotiations. All these illustrations, just take the time and pass by. There are ideas and recommendations about what are the challenges, how youth would like that at 2030 climate resilient society will be a region, and what actions are needed. And there are several recommendations, including, for instance, youth climate councils, youth participation, education, and training. Just take a look, and we continue with the discussion. And we are going to present these recommendations at COP27, but also it's a process. It's not only about the international processes. It's how we can make these processes and these international agreements implemented at the local level. And today, during these 2 days, we will have the questions for you. You will have working groups to think about 3 key questions. Where are we? Where do we want to go? And what is needed? And it's an invitation for all of you to contribute. We are aware about what is happening, but what is needed is to think together how we can overcome the challenges. And you have innovative ideas, and is what we want to hear. Then with this presentation, let me show you a video. Is the video ready? Can we present the video just with a general overview about what happened at the Regional Youth Adaptation Dialogues? Please. United in accelerating climate adaptation. Thank you to all of you who have made that possible. Then what will continue in the agenda? First of all, thank you to our facilitators that are connected with our participants online. Thank you to everyone that is in the live stream following this conversation in Arabic, English, French, Spanish. Thank you to all of you. Remember, we need that the world knows what is happening. And you are a communicator. You can be an educator. Use your social media channels to put there your takeaways. What have you learned in this morning? What is your key messages? Put in social media using the hashtag Youth for Adaptation. We will have a coffee break, and after that we will have an extraordinary panel to continue the conversation. But then before that we go to the coffee break, and I will give you some logistical information, I want to invite you first. What we are going to do is the coffee breaks will take place at the marketplace. And the marketplace is also a space where different organizations will display their materials and their solutions. And the marketplace always will be the place for the coffee breaks and the lunch break to facilitate that you connect. Use these 2 days to know as many people as possible, because we are part of the same family, the same movement. Then we want that you know each other. The second point is we need that you are on time, because for the people that are watching online, we need to be really on time here. Now it's 10:53. I think that we will need to be back here at more or less in 15 minutes, 20 minutes maximum. But before that, we want to invite you, all of you, to come here very fast, and we are going to take a family photo that we are going to give as a present to our invited guests. That we have 2 very special invited guests. One of them is the Secretary General, His Excellency Ban Ki-moon, and the other one is our CEO, Patrick Verkooyen. Both of them have made possible this event. Then we want that you will give as a present a photo of all of you. 3 people, 100 young leaders from over 50 countries here in Rotterdam. Ben, please come and let's take a photo together. Excellent. There. I was just born. climate negotiations. As I mentioned, this youth dialogue is a result of a collective effort to advance the adaptation agenda. We started with this through the organization of 7 regional youth adaptation forums that started in March in Dakar as part of the World Water Forum. And you can see here the organizers, some of the organizers of these 7 youth adaptation forums. Please, a big applause to all of them. What we are going now to discuss is about what did happen at these regional youth adaptation forums. What are the challenges? What are the recommendations? And what are these takeaways that can help us to think not only our input to the global goal on adaptation, but especially how we can accelerate adaptation action. Then I have an extraordinary panel here, and you can see we started, as I mentioned, in March in Senegal as part of the World Water Forum, and Desmond Alugna, he's one of the members of the Youth Advisory Panel, but also he's from Ghana. He is the founder of one young organization that is called Gallo. We have then a big applause for Desmond, please. We have, in the Pacific, we have Nikhil Prasad, and then he's also a member of the Youth Advisory Panel, research student, doing a master, also mobilizing and working with many small island developing states. Thanks, Benjamin. Then Nikhil. We have Kathy Lee. Kathy is also a member of the Youth Advisory Panel, but also she has been engaged in multiple international processes, including the UNFCCC process with the technology mechanism, with the adaptation committee, with the negotiations, and also she is engaged with civil society networks, including CAN. Then a big applause for Kathy. She's from China. We have also Benjamin, and he has a very difficult surname to pronounce. That we are, later, Benjamin will help me to pronounce directly his surname. Benjamin is from Poland, and he has been working in different issues, but one of the key elements that he is passionate is about energy. And this connection between energy and mitigation and adaptation, and the interconnections. Benjamin is from Poland, also engaged in multiple international and national processes. A big applause for Benjamin. We continue to my left with Elisa Villancourt. She is from Canada, also a member of the Youth Advisory Panel. She is working with the International Secretariat for Water, and she was one of the organizers not only about the Youth Adaptation Forum in Africa, but as well this huge mobilization of youth working in the water sector with the Youth Parliament, really making their connections, because adaptation and water are interlinked, and then we need to promote these solutions. A big applause for Elisa. Then we continue with Joyce Mendes. She is half from Brazil, half from Paraguay. She also has indigenous root, a very active member in the participatory processes, engaging in communities, mapping climate risk, mapping how the communities can be engaged in the solutions, and also promoting this cooperation between different countries, different nations, different sectors. A big applause for Joyce. And then we have also Abdallah Imad Afifi. He is Egyptian, and he was one of the organizers of the MENA Youth Adaptation Forum. And Abdallah had been engaged in Yongo for several years, but it also has a special component because he is one of the organizers of the COI 17. And the COI 17 is the Conference of Youth that annually is organized by youth, for youth, before the Conference of Parties that this year will take place in Egypt. And he is one of the organizers of the COI 17. A big applause for Abdallah. then what I want that you share with us is the general reflections about what happened at the regional forums. And here you have all the continents. We will have a general overview about what is happening. We need to be aware about the time. I want that you are very, very brief, but also I would like that you will take 20 seconds before to tell us how did you engage in the adaptation action, how you started this process. Desmond, over to you.
Thank you. Oh, okay, thank you very much. Now I can see it, it's on. So as Adriana introduced, my name is Desmond. My organization is the Green Africa Youth Organization that's working on adaptation, circular economy, and disaster risk reduction in multiple African countries. So we've seen the figures, and the report says that in 2050, this number for youth would be doubled. And majority of these numbers are coming from Africa. Now, looking beyond the numbers, these are not just numbers. These are people who would be critically under the threat of climate change in the year 2050. And already we are facing it today. So in Senegal, March this year, we try to understand and inform ourselves of the risk that is happening to us and the risk ahead. And then we also try to imagine a climate-resilient Africa in, for example, 2030. How would a climate-resilient Africa look like? And I must commend all the young people that were in Senegal for the innovative ideas that were coming in. And then the other part of it was that we were also trying to see the young people out there who are doing amazing stuff, those who have initiatives, who have projects that are focused on climate change adaptation. And I could see Daniel, who is on the Zoom, and a number of others who were there showcasing the work they have been doing on the ground, those who are informing communities and those who are actually producing services and products on climate change adaptation. And I think that feeds into actually seeing the reality of having a climate resilient world in the next decade or so. We also came up at the end of the day with some key recommendations, some of which you could see snapshot very brief in the infographics that we are hanging on the side of this hall. And the whole key message is that whether it is participation, it is funding, or it is more about decision-making that affects young people, we need to up our game as young people, because these the ideas are shaped by a group that is distant or disconnected with the problem. And that's the main challenge for us. The main challenge is not only the climate that we are facing, but it's also the fact that those who have the authority to solve the problems are distinctly disconnected from the problem. And that makes it our problem to solve that and also solve the climate crisis. I'm going to give the mic, and then there will be more opportunities. Thanks.
Perfect, thank you. Hello, everyone. Hi again. I'm Nikhil from Fiji. So my colleague Haley and I, with the help of GCA, supported the regional forum for the Oceania region, particularly focusing on getting youths from the South Pacific and Australia to actually talk about the impacts that they're having in their home countries, the grassroots level impact. And we created a space where they had the opportunity to talk about the impressive work that they're doing as well. We need to understand that majority of the time, most youths do not have the platform to actually talk about what they're doing and what they want to advocate about. This was an opportunity, thanks to GCA and everyone, that we were able to try and get the youths to actually speak about this. I just want to quickly talk about some of the segments that our regional forum actually focused on. The first thing that we highlighted was the intergenerational dialogue on reflecting youth recommendations in the global goal on adaptation between young leaders and decision makers. Secondly, another thing that we looked at was showcasing youth-led adaptation solutions. where young change makers presented their entrepreneurship skills towards adaptation, their working solutions, and we also tried to identify the needs that they had for sustaining and upscaling the impacts that was being felt at these grassroots levels. Lastly, we also focused on designing a climate resilient Pacific, let's say for up till 2030, with an interactive exercise that we had. And before I actually end this, I just want to highlight some of the important key messages that some of our invited speakers, youth speakers, actually focused on. And this was really strong messages that I have with you. One of our speakers, Solomon Yeo, perfect, people know him, awesome. He said something that is really critical from the Pacific region. We all know that the South Pacific contributes the least to the human-induced impacts of climate change, isn't it? But we are the most affected. Did we contribute to these problems? No, we did not. But why are we experiencing the most? Because of our geographical location? Right, so what Solomon actually said was, and I quote, "The smoke that started this fire did not come from our islands. It came from far, far away, and you need to address it from the source." This means we did not create this problem, but we're still dealing with the problems. We're the most impacted. What can we do? We need to call for action, isn't it? And adaptation solutions is something that is so critical that can actually help us at least try and resolve the problem. The problem has gone too far to the extent that we cannot make it reversible. But at least we can try and adapt to it, and let's not push it to be even worse, right? Because catastrophic impacts are already there. That's why adaptation solutions is so critical, especially for the Pacific region. Thank you.
Really amazing, well said. And I'm Kathy, as you know, co-organized the Asia Youth Adaptation Forum together with the amazing Irfan from Pakistan. And I guess probably just to give you some background, as Adriana mentioned, my background is mainly on the very boring intergovernmental policy, so it's really great to have fellow youth advisors who really work on implementation, which is obviously utmost critical for adaptation. And to give you some background, we co-organized the Asia Forum aiming to bring together policy leaders and also thematic experts like Salim, who made the presentation earlier, and also young leaders, entrepreneurs, and youth focusing on policy, and also from indigenous communities, and to really provide the platform for them to exchange their views and also share their demands and discuss practical ways of how to bring forward, and especially, as Salim mentioned in the earlier presentation, that Asia is one of the most vulnerable continents, especially the developing countries there, including Bangladesh and Pakistan, who are experiencing serious flooding and other natural disasters. And it is really important for us, as discussed in the forum, that there are many people, participants, speakers mentioned that it is really important for us to make sure that there will be a youth sub-goal in the global goal on adaptation, and also for the other long overdue commitments, including the $100 billion and also the new promise of doubling adaptation finance to be met and to have concrete delivery plans set. And youth, of course, plays a huge role in the intergovernmental policy of pushing these forward, of making sure that the negotiators, the governments of the countries understand that young people also demand this, besides the national and subnational local level implementation. So really looking forward to the further discussion, and I'll pass it to Benji.
Right. Yeah, thanks, Kathy. So I'm the European representative on the panel, and I would like to share with you some outcomes from the European Forum, which happened during the Bonn Climate Change Conference, also known as SB, or the Intersessionals. So this is a conference that marks halfway point between each COP, and it's also an opportunity for many decision makers and young change makers to come together and get up to speed with negotiations. And together with GCA, we took advantage of this space this year to discuss the question of adaptation in Europe. And as we have, of course, a lot of focus on developing countries when we talk about adaptation, and rightfully so, because this is where the brunt of impacts will be felt. also in Europe, we can forget that climate change is here and it is impacting our lives. I think this year, for those of you who follow the news, you see what's happening with rivers in Italy, in France, in Germany. You know what happened with floods last year in Germany. And there is a lot more other impacts that are happening and will be getting worse and worse. We have countries and regions, we have the European Union, we have countries like the UK and Norway committing to net zero by 2050. But we don't hear similar commitments on adaptation. And that's something that is definitely missing. We have a lot of youth-led bottom-up organizations that also participated in the forum, and many of them share their best practices. For example, Climate, FEE, IASS, and German Watch, that are doing a lot of groundwork, that they are training trainers, that are empowering youth to drive adaptation agenda in their municipalities and in their regions. But there is definitely an overarching goal in this area missing. And the intersessional, our forum, was also an opportunity because of the close connection to the UNFCCC to discuss the idea of sub-goal on youth in the global goal on adaptation. So that's something we already heard before, and we got some enthusiastic questions. So hopefully we can continue this conversation during the dialogue here.
So hi everyone, my name is Alyssa and I'm from Canada. I'm just going to start and tell you a little bit about how I got involved in this space. So as you saw the picture that was shown, or the map that was shown a little bit earlier by Dr. Ide, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, Canada is amongst the countries that is least affected by the impacts of climate change. Yet, I'm not proud to say, but as you must all know, we are one of the countries who have most contributed to the current climate crisis. And for me, that really struck a chord when I went abroad for the first time, and I could see with my own eyes the impacts of everything that we had done, that our country had done in the past centuries. And that's how the issue of climate justice first came about for me, and that is why I'm here today. So for the North American Adaptation Forum, it was co-organized by Peace Boat US. And I would like to say, I would like to share with you one particular story that for me was the most inspiring that was during this dialogue. So we had the chance to welcome Mrs. Diza Crouchief, a young Indigenous woman from the Siksika Nation, which is in Alberta, Canada. If you don't know, the Indigenous communities in Canada are amongst the most affected by the climate change. They are amongst the most vulnerable communities to the impacts of climate change, yet they possess ancestral knowledge that are solutions to the current climate crisis. And for me, that is our priority. We must honor the traditional knowledge. We must give them a place at the decision-making table. We must listen to them and learn from them. Lisa founded 7Gen, an Indigenous Student Energy Summit by and for Indigenous youth, which brought together over 200 young people to discuss the issues around climate change, energy, and Indigenous communities. As you can probably see, I am not an Indigenous person, yet this issue is very, very close to my heart. I've had the chance to learn even more about this issue thanks to my dear friend Joyce over the past 2 years, and I hope that we all take the time to learn and listen to each other. And I will finish with one quote that Diza shared during the summit. "You cannot let all world tragedies into your heart, you'll drown. But the ones you do let in should count, and let them manifest action."
Ba Asia Pa, Cherera Joyce Che Aiko Paraguaype. Bon dia, this is Joyce. I live in the rural area of Paraguay. I come from a migrant family from indigenous peoples from Colombia. So whenever we go to the region, the border, we knew it was Ateja de Aguas, the land of waters. The Iguazu Falls, the Guarani Aquifer, but then we realized that we didn't want it to keep migrating due to climate or social disturbances. And I just want to tell you that we had a heat wave during this winter, 39 Celsius degrees in the north of Paraguay. Winter. In summer, we get up to 43 Celsius degrees in the capital, in Asunción. Not everybody has air conditioning or a car. This is not like livable, like from the perspective of a young person. Sometimes I'm planning like maybe, I don't know, December, January or November, maybe I have to leave the country because it's too hot. But this is the reality for, like many people, especially as well for, again, indigenous people. That's why I'm very committed into adaptation. Currently, I'm working with UNICEF Paraguay as a climate change consultant, and we're working especially to put youth in the table regarding advocacy in the National Adaptation Plan and the local heating plans as well. So some of the points that I want to bring from the Latin American dialogue is that first of all, we know we have a lot of grassroots movements and initiatives that they have a lot of valuable knowledge. And it's like, as Elisa said, obviously listening to indigenous peoples, we know 80% of the forests around the world are being conserved and protected by indigenous peoples. So it's not just recognizing, like historically, but like acknowledging that ancestral knowledge is not just from the past, it works right now, and some of that action and measurements regarding like these ancestral technologies are a solution regarding climate adaptation. Also, like we were like talking as well, like in the way on how to also adapt at the human level. In Costa Rica, we were talking a lot about how climate anxiety, depression, and other associated, mental issues are like impact obviously with climate change, and how to adapt at the human level. We know we have a lot high suicide rates in indigenous communities as well, but like how to think not just in gray adaptation, green adaptation, but also human adaptation. This is fundamental. And at the same time as well, like having access to training, like how to get the funding, how to use it, how to do the monitoring process, and how to expand it, to get to these last mile communities. And last mile, not literally even thinking about like, Dr. Patrick as well was in conversations with the president of Costa Rica, and it is important to highlight the opportunity to start like an adaptation acceleration program in Latin America, and also we need more data and information to start doing policy making processes. And the last point I want to bring is that we can copy-paste models from other regions, but we are also having a colonial perspective when it comes down to climate adaptation measurements, with a global perspective, regional assessment, but local action. Aguijevete, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for all my previous colleagues. And we started with Africa, and now it's time again to end in Africa. So I'm Abdullah Ahmed. I was one of the organizations who are hosting the MENA Adaptation Youth Forum. First of all, I just want to thank GCA and Adriana for giving us this space, because we just met in SP in June, and we agreed with colleagues from Libya, Tunisia, Qatar, and Egypt to just like we need to have our own edition from this forum, because MENA has its own problems that need to be addressed as well in the adaptation field. So we came up with the idea in June, and in 2 months' time, we have the forum ready with partnership of ACTS and other organizations in the region as well. So this outputs we get from the MENA Youth Adaptation Forum was very inspiring, because we are able to gather people who have many things in common. We also addressed how youth should be included into the adaptation plans in each country, how each country in the MENA region need to have its own adaptation plan, and also how we need to fasten the process and accelerate the process of energy transition in the region. And finally, funding is a very big problem that people in the MENA region are suffering from. They have very inspiring ideas. They have all the resources, and they just need like the capital to start their own projects. So we give them an example that you need to be like the role model for yourself. You need to start by yourself, and then all the funding and all the problems will solve it. And in this kind of forum and this kind of places that we are here now, this dialogue, It's giving us a space where we can connect with people from other countries and see exactly what they already did to solve an exact problem. So this platform is very important. I'm really glad to be here. And I also am going to carry all the outputs from adaptation, working group or adaptation, youth on adaptation to the COI, because I'm the COI 17 national focal point, and I'm also the executive director of ACTS, which is one of the organizations which is hosting the COI 17 in Egypt. And ACTS is mainly working on the agenda and the program. And as you know, the three main topics that we need to put always on the table in discussion is adaptation, mitigation, and finance. So the file of adaptation will be fulfilled with the output of this summit here, and I'm really glad that I'm here to just like take all this burden on my shoulders and put it in Sharm El-Sheikh before the COP, and I hope to see you all in Sharm El-Sheikh after 2 months. Yeah, thank you.
Fantastic. Then you have seen here the world. You know, as Abdallah said, we started in Africa, and also we will carry on these messages to the COP27, COP27 in COP27 and also COI17. Then the two processes, because we want, of course, that more youth that are engaged in different climate change processes also engage and know more about adaptation. But not only we want to have this discussion among young people. We want that later these ideas and recommendations will be also part of the process of the COP27, that is the implementation COP, is the adaptation COP, and is the African COP. Then now we have a space for questions from you. Then I think that we will have a couple of questions from the participants that are online. Thank you very much for joining us. I encourage you to use the hashtag Youth for Adaptation, and also to put your takeaways, you know, about these discussions, this conversation, and what are you doing. Please, I would like to request a microphone here for Haley, who is supporting us in the organization of the participants that join online.
Thanks, everyone. Amazing, as always. So we have a question from Kato Dagon. I think I've pronounced that terribly. I'm really sorry. So his question is, what are the strategies for making the results of the regional forums accessible to youth around the world? And how does the panel plan to follow up on the implementation of the different actions that have been proposed at each regional forum?
Excellent. So we will take a couple of questions, and also can be questions, but also if you want to add something, it's also an opportunity. Then now it's also open to you if there is any question or recommendation, any other point. Ognia?
First of all, congratulations on such an amazing demonstration of really, you know, this is what we as young people are very capable of, which is getting inputs, as mentioned, with a bottoms-up approach, really reflecting on youth-led action, and then coming up with evidence-based solutions based on the challenges that we see. So really it shows the amazing efforts and work that you have put. I'm just curious to hear from your perspectives, if we were to take one or a concrete action out of all of these dialogues for COP27, what would your suggestion be for specifically the presidency team in terms of how we can get in your efforts and the solutions and the output of the consultations that you held into COP27 in a way that was not done before? The reason behind my question is that it is the first time that a presidency team creates a position for youth. So it's a great opportunity, especially when already youth consultations are held, for your work and the inputs of young people to be integrated. So thank you.
Any other question or comment? I think that we have one over there and then another one. And I just saw that also we have another from the participants online. Please.
Thank you very much. First of all, also big congratulations and thank you for the work that you've already done. It's really impressive and yeah, valuable, I think. My question is, how do you think we can engage more people that are not in the academic sector? Because I assume that a lot of us probably have academic titles or are students. And I think that gatekeeping is a big topic when it comes to climate justice in particular. So how do you think we can involve more people who are not necessarily going to university, but that are also, of course, faced by climate change, because we all are? I'd love to hear your input on that, and thank you.
Fantastic. If you don't mind, just to introduce yourself.
Oh, yeah, sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Noemi. I'm here as a representative of the NGO Youth Organization of the European African Union, and I'm also engaged in environmental peace building. So, thank you.
Fantastic. Then I think that we have one at the back, and then we are going, let's have then two, and one from the virtual participants, and then we give also the possibility to reply, and if time's allowed, then we continue with this conversation. Maybe here?
Yeah, thank you. I'm Chair Gozeel there. I work on climate adaptation and also from the youth space as well. It's really interesting to see all of this excellent work coming through and interesting recommendations from the dialogue. Just one question also to ask. We have the NDCs and also we have the National Adaptation Plan. There's a bit of a challenge with the NAPs because it's not mandated. You're not looking at a specific timeline. So are you considering how young people can more robustly engage with the National Adaptation Plan development? Looking at the processes involved, there's a readiness project that has to happen, and then there's a design of the process, there's vulnerability assessment. All of these are really interesting areas that could help to develop the data which has been highlighted as a gap. So just to ask if there's a consideration on how to robustly, probably through the panel, the advisory panel, but also through other regional networks, how to engage within the NAP process.
Thanks, Ede. And I encourage you also to mention your countries. Then, Ede, where are you from? Ude, where are you from? From Nigeria. Then when you introduce yourself, also mention where are you from, because there are people from all over the world here. Then one question more here from the virtual participants.
Thanks, everyone. So we have a question from Louis Petering from South Sudan, and he asks, what technologies are needed to help the indigenous people fight back the impacts of climate change in their localities? Probably a good question for Joyce.
Fantastic. Then let me just give the opportunity to members of the panel to reply. We have some questions related to the engagement, for instance, in the decision-making with the national adaptation plans, but also the engagement of people that are not, for instance, university students or young people that are not connected with this topic. We have also another question related to indigenous people. You know, we have also another question about how the presidency, you know, is a huge opportunity, how the presidency can help you to bring your voices and your recommendations. And if you will have one recommendation, what recommendation will be? Then let's have a round of discussion with us. Who would like to start?
I can start. I think I'll just answer one or two since we are many. I think starting with Daniel's question on how to make this whole thing accessible to the millions of young people out there, I think one opportunity is, of course, social media, which the GCA and all of us have been using to share most of the outcomes and also to challenge ourselves about decisions we had taken as youth gathered on those days to carry this matter forward. Then the other thing is the toolkit that is being developed. This toolkit will be accessible to everyone, and it will incorporate most of these things that are resultants of the various forums that we had organized. In another matter relating to taking this forward as far as implementation is concerned, the GCA have had a lot of initiatives also this year, and I know Adriana already mentioned some of them, but then there will be trainings that will be delivered at various levels, including rural areas, so that it become more decentralized and giving accessibility to those who are probably not in the cities as well. And then the other point I wanted to mention was also on the NAP process with respect to Ude's question. Nikhil will do justice to this, but you also know that we have the leaders' high-level dialogue happening on Monday, and we the result of today's discussions, including all the forums that we have organized, questions bothering young people, frustrations that we are having, and the fact that we are a strong ally, will also be sent clearly to all the leaders that will be gathered here in Rotterdam. So we are really making a strong appeal and demand that young people are supposed to be included in both the design and implementation of the NAP process and also the national determined contributions.
Thank you very much for the questions, and very well answered as well, Desmond. I'm just going to quickly answer one question regarding including everyone else who may not necessarily be from academia, and then I'll just respond a bit on Uday's question as well regarding having youth with NAP inclusion. Okay, so for academia purpose, I could say, because I am an emerging researcher at this point, and I completely understand that there are a lot of times when we miss out on so many people who are affected, but yet they do not have the knowledge and understanding about climate change, especially from a Pacific point of view. We have so many people who actually believe that this is a God's will or something. They feel that, oh, this is absolutely natural, but they do not understand the science of this. So one thing that I've actually done since I've started with my climate change advocacy work since 2017, when I first started with COP23, what I used to do was I used to work with an organization that focused on reaching out to communities and engaging with these communities to actually educate about climate change, so that people who may not necessarily know a lot could be educated, and we tried our best to simplify things so that it's not too technical for them and not too foreign for them as well. So I think these are some small steps that we can actually do to actually try and educate people to know about what's actually happening at a global scale, and these stuff which they, as I've mentioned, not contributed to, are being impacted by. So that is small steps towards climate change education, so that even if you may not necessarily know what's happening, you can actually get informed by those that are actually involved in doing things. And moving to Uday's question now regarding NAP, when Fiji actually proposed their national adaptation plan to the UNFCCC, I think that was in 2018, if I'm not wrong, they did host a consultation process, and I was fortunate enough to be part of the consultation process as a youth rep. So I think one thing that a lot of countries need to actually consider is having youth representation for their consultation before they actually start the formulation, the synthesis, and then the proposal of the national adaptation plan, because that is crucial, because we need to understand that all governments will have one perspective towards what they want to propose for the national adaptation plan, but youths may have a different narrative, may have a different perspective. And these are important to consider as well. And if we have this pushed towards the NAP, the National Adaptation Plan, when it's proposed to the UNFCCC, it may have a completely different agenda. So we need to do that. So I think that's something that various governments and countries should actually consider, especially if they're representing party levels at UNFCCC. So that's my response. Thank you.
Thanks, Nikhil. To save time, I'll just briefly touch on Omnia, and again, with this question, it's getting so popular. So first on, I guess, one concrete thing that the presidency can bring forward, off of my head, that would definitely be create a space, for example, a work cafe, or a really informal and a space that can allow informal and genuine conversations between young people in Sharm El-Sheikh and also negotiator colleagues, and to make sure that they, one, of course, for young people to push forward the agenda of their demands either on adaptation finance or pushing for a sub-goal of the GCA, and also to remind the negotiator colleagues that negotiation is not just about delivering what the party asked them to. It's not just about getting the text in that your minister told them to. And it's also about actually trying to reach Paris and the other goals we have. So that would be, I guess, the one thing that I really want to see happening in Sharm El-Sheikh, and especially that we don't have much time, that will be the last COP before we actually get the GCA. So we do need to make sure we get the COP decisions and the semi decisions we need in Sharm El-Sheikh. And then moving on to Uda's question, I think Desmond and Nikhil has already mentioned quite some about national, subnational, regional level. And I guess from an intergovernmental level, like Nikhil mentioned, that there has been consultation, and the adaptation division of the UNFCCC has been collaborating with Yango and other youth groups in the past in adaptation and NABS processes. And I think it would be really amazing to see them picking this up, especially next week is UNFCCC's adaptation committee meeting, and hopefully there will be many relevant discussion there as well. And I guess two other things would be, like what I mentioned, NDCs, although NABs are not mandated, NDCs are, and there's obviously there's huge pressure from the Secretariat side and from the political will side to push for countries to update their NDCs immediately. And obviously NDCs at the moment do not have a huge focus on adaptation, but it is something that I believe young people should definitely push forward for your country and for other countries that you discuss with, to make sure that there's more adaptation focus in their NDCs. And especially given that there's the demand of doubling, and there's the promise of doubling adaptation finance, they should be reflected in the NDC targets and should have specific KPIs for their multilateral development banks, for their subnational local councils, to actually make sure that they meet their KPIs, for the countries to meet their KPIs. And also, of course, to also increase adaptation ambition through increasing NDC ambition. And the last point is, as we have a UNFCCC colleague here who worked on the global stocktake, the GST is an amazing opportunity, given that adaptation is one of the main focus, to make sure we highlight what countries are where countries are currently at on adaptation in terms of the global stocktake of the Paris Agreement, and to make sure we push countries forward, and especially the fact that that adaptation has not been highlighted in the past. It'd be really great to see how they fit into the global stocktake process, and to make sure that we use it as an opportunity to raise more ambition.
Great. So I would briefly address the first Amnia's question on the, what do we want to bring to COP27? So one of the outcomes of the forums and also of this summit will be a communique with 10 recommendations. So I know you asked for one. We'll have 10. I hope you can squeeze them in. But we'll talk more about it tomorrow, and we'll share all of this with you tomorrow. But hopefully this is something that can be considered. This is more of, let's say, substantive input as opposed to procedural suggestion for creating space, as Kathy mentioned. Both of them are great, and we hope that this substance of and something that we discussed a lot as a panel yesterday, but also in the preceding weeks, is those of you who work on the mitigation, greenhouse gas emissions, in tons, carbon dioxide equivalent is very nice and easy metric for mitigation, right? We don't have the same thing for adaptation. And so whenever we make recommendation for adaptation, how do we try to be specific? And that's something we try to address and tackle with our recommendations based on the many inputs that we received. So to find some metrics that we can commonly agree on to improve youth participation in adaptation. And continuing the topic of participation, another discussion that we've been having, and I think it would be great to have you as a part of this conversation, is how do we bring the most voices? And for example, the European Forum was held during the SB. To get to this space, you need a badge, you need to be in Bonn. So on one hand, it's great because it's already a space where a lot of people working on climate are. We are taking advantage of an existing event. But on the other hand, there are all those people that are left out, either because they don't know or because they don't have a badge and such. As an alternative, we can have a digital event, right? And in theory, everyone can connect from everywhere in the world. But digital divide is a thing, time zone problems, connectivity, language, these are all barriers that we are thinking how to tackle. So hopefully through the breakout groups that we'll have later today and tomorrow, you can bring all of your conversations. And if you have really good ideas on how we can bring more young people to the adaptation movement, just approach any of us and it would be great to talk about it.
So I think almost all the questions have been answered. I would just wanted to re-emphasize on 2 points, how to involve more people in climate change adaptation, and also how to follow up on the implementation of the recommendations. And for me, that's quite simple. By walking through those doors this morning, you all just became ambassadors of all of this. By sitting here in this room, I think we are amongst the lucky ones that have been given the opportunity to be sitting here today, following online as well. And I think with that comes significant responsibility to go back to our own communities and share all that we've learned, share these recommendations with the people that didn't necessarily get the opportunity to discuss with us this weekend, to learn from everything that's been shared. So I think that I would return that question to all of you and say that it has now become all of our responsibility to make sure that these recommendations are followed, implemented, and that more and more youth not only know about them, but have the skills to implement the actions that are needed.
So I'm going to answer the two questions regarding the NAP, the National Adaptation Plans, and indigenous technologies. But the first one is, okay, how many of you have read the National Adaptation Plan of your country? Okay. How many of you were involved in? Okay, so first of all, we need to get informed, right? Like if our country doesn't have a National Adaptation Plan, we need to tackle it in a way that is kind of more local. Because, for example, I'm gonna relate the national adaptation plans with the indices. So, just a quick research from UNICEF. It says that 34% of the submitted indices are just youth inclusive and child sensitive. Just 34%. Either they mention youth and children, they include youth and children, and they recognize our rights, you know, like to have a safe environment, just 34%. So now how we, you know, with this data, and there is like open, you can ECOSIA or Google this is an amazing research. You go and approach your government. So for example, a case that I'm developing locally is that I talk about the temperature. So in Paraguay, we're gonna tackle through the local heating plan. So the government doesn't have the capacity to go to every city to develop, but we are working with the Youth for Climate Action Network, and so we are trying both, partners to be developing this at the local level, but also we have another partner which is kind of the UN system. They allow us to sit at the table, to knock the door. Sometimes it's easier through an email of UNICEF, UNDP, to get a meeting with the Minister of Environment and saying, hey, I'm a climate activist. So how Galileo Galilei used to say, just, riding giants' shoulders. That helps a lot in order, to kind of hack the system. And another thing that I want to also say that with UNICEF New York, we are as well developing a peer training in youth advocacy in climate policies. And adaptation is just a big part of it. And we're going to have it available online. And the idea is to have this kind of decentralized training as well. So regarding the indigenous knowledge, real quick, I think that first of all, the oral, the communicative, rituals we have in the way that we were saying stories, and we were not just writing, but we were learning from generations, previous generations, as well using our local languages is fundamental. I think that going back to these levels of governance, decentralization that indigenous peoples handle very well is fundamental to bring adaptation action at the local level. Also mapping some ancestral technologies. One of them, for example, is amunas that in Peru, the indigenous peoples have, the Incas were amazing water engineers, and they have in the mountains, they cultivate water. Or for example, the Brazilians indigenous peoples that were developing, they now called agroforestry. So it's just the association of the different plants in order to have an organic and an abundant system. This works still today, and it will be important for you to map
what are those technologies as well in your region?
Okay, now I have two mics. Okay, so I will be answering the first and the second question for how to follow the recommendation and also the COP27. So regarding to the recommendation, as we mentioned, it will be also published tomorrow, but I will just guarantee that the main outputs that we get from here are going to be implemented into COI. And let me give you an overview of COI. COI is an event endorsed by UNGO, the official youth consortium of UNFCCC. And it always happens 3 days before the COP. So this year we are going to have the COI at 3 and 4 and 5 of November, just before the COP. And also the main output that we publish during COI is a Global Youth Statement. This Global Youth Statement is going to take all the inputs from all UNGO events during the whole year and also from other platforms like this platform that we are here, and also we getting some other forums like Aswan forums and other forums, also the inputs, because we try to gather all the inputs from all youth around the globe and put it into one document, one policy paper that the decision maker can understand, because we are youth. We are just expressing our feeling in the words that we all understand. But for the policy people, they need some specific language that just to the target. So we have a team of policy people. We have the policy working group in UNGO, and we are going to draft the Global Youth Statement. This Global Youth Statement are going to be handed to the COP27 president into the closing ceremony of COI 17, and then it will be on the table from the day one in the opening ceremony in the COP27. And this is what we are trying to do. We try to include everyone. We try to involve everyone. If everyone have an input, he can even reach out to the COI 17 team or the UNGO platforms. And also, if you want to check the previous year Global Youth Statement, you can go to the COI 16 UK website, and you can see what already we did last year and what we are going to do this year. And for the COP27 team, I just want to stress on one important point, which is continuity. Because every year we have a momentum for the countries that is going to host COP. And this year, Egypt is doing a great job with its own, even for the local organization, because I'm the executive director of an organization based in Egypt, and we see the support that we get from the government. But we need this support to keep going, to keep continuing after the COP in Egypt. And even when it goes to UEA after this, because we don't want to lose the momentum. We always get the momentum at some point, and then afterwards we feel like, okay, something is going to happen, and now we just need to rest. I did my job, and yeah, that's all. No, it's not like this, because we all have one goal. This is our future. We are the youth that are going to be affected more by the impact of climate change. Not the people in charge right now, not the people who are sitting in suits and taking decisions. So you need to put this in consideration. You need to put this as a priority, and just try to reach out to whoever is in countries that can take your voices and put it into a place where it can really be heard. Yeah, thank you.
Then a special thanks to all our panelists. We have the world together here with ideas and recommendations. And I think what Elisa said is just the fundament of why we are here. It's about each one of us. It's about how you are going back to your countries, your communities, your families to make the transformation. If just we wait that others will lead and will do the transformation, of course, will take very long. It's about each one of us, and any small action really counts. And we don't have time. The now is also your responsibility, it's our responsibility. And Omnia, regarding the question, what can we do? All these ideas and recommendations will be put together in a publication that we want to present at COP27, and we want to do a high-level event, bringing together young leaders, but also decision makers. We count on your support and also your leadership to make this event possible, but not only just to have there, because the COP27 is the African COP and the implementation COP and the adaptation COP. Then we are also here to support you, to make this COP a real success, because we need adaptation and we need action. Then really looking forward to working with you and to continue working with the presidency. And before that we are going to launch, I have the honor also to invite one of the members of the board of the Global Center on Adaptation. He had been a professor for several years. He also had been leading different international positions, was director for the World Bank for Africa, also director for sustainable development. He had been also one of the authors and leading the team that put together the 10th and state report that GCA just published, putting the latest information about adaptation. His name is Jamal Zahir. I would like that you help me and welcome him with a big applause, and thank you for being with us.
Well, good morning or good afternoon to everybody. I'm extremely happy. On behalf of the Global Center on Adaptation, I would like first to welcome you. As my colleague said, I'm a member of the board of the Global Center on Adaptation. I've been since the initiation of that Adaptation Center a few years ago, at the beginning with Patrick. So I know all the in and out and in between. Three things. Your role is not only important, it's crucial. Your job is to put pressure on us, not the other way around. Remember this as long as you work with us. Keep the pressure on, keep putting adaptation on the agenda, call the bluff when it should be called. Why I'm saying this? What we have witnessed, and I've been in a lot of COP, if there are 27, mean there have been 27 before. Nobody never figured it out. I started at the 19, by the way, and Bali, all of this. COP is one element which is important to put the pressure, but the pressure is on national government, on your own government, on your own people. How do you put pressure? By informing them clearly of what's going on. Information is the most precious assets that you can have. And we at the GCA, if you look at the state and trend that we have done in the last 3 years, and I'm one of the co-editor of those reports, our job is to give you the information. Use that information properly, use that information rationally, not emotionally. And I want to come back on that. Emotion will have an impact of 1 second on anybody. The kids with the picture somewhere in sub-Saharan Africa doesn't have access to water. It has an impact of 5 seconds. That's it. People forget about it. So you need a tactic which has much more systematic information based on fact. Not create your own fact. And remember what Paul Krugman said one day, Nobel Prize Economic, you're entitled to your own opinion, but not to your own fact. In other words, use the fact properly to build your opinion. Don't make the opinion, then try to make the fact that we see so often with the emotional impact. Second, education. You need to educate different generation, the small, the young, and between the old. Not only educate among yourself. Education is crucial if you want to change the needle on adaptation. Because it's a complex subject, it's confused with the loss and damage, as you can imagine. It's confusing with the issue of mitigation. Let's do mitigation, then we do adaptation. We spent 10 years to figure it out until people realized that, wait a second, sub-Saharan Africa haven't done much. So why they have to pay the price of climate change? So adapt them very quickly. Meanwhile, desertification has increased, coastal erosion increased, and nobody realized it's about adaptation. Third, about financing. Money is not floating. The report that I issued this week, and I think you should have access to it, show you that we need yearly 55 billion of funding. You should see the report. It was issued in Dakar by Patrick. I'm one of the main proponents. Only 11 billion are coming to adaptation. So the gap is enormous and it's increasing. So you need to put also pressure on the financing side. The financing, not only the private. You have to think also the public and the private. But put pressure on both. My message to you today is, if you do all of that, you need also to monitor. You have to be the watchdog. and you have to monitor carefully, and you have to talk for accountability, and you have to talk about governance of the adaptation story. So you have a big responsibility. We will give you at the GCA the information, because I think we are the only international center who has information and the largest center on adaptation. We will continue to work on your behalf to raise funds for adaptation. It's a tough job. On Monday, we have a few head of state coming. We have 50 people coming. We have 3, 4 head of state from Africa. We have ministers from Europe. We have people from around the world coming to discuss those issues. But what you come from your adaptation action plan today is specific action. Go in detail. Finish generality, you know, the motherhood approach, we like this, we don't like this. Go into specific issues. I heard you talking about technology. Yes. If you want to prepare for the Abu Dhabi COP, you better be on top of the technology, because all about going to be the next COP is about technology, disruptive technology. What does it mean for you? That's the kind of thing that you have to discuss. The next COP will be different from that COP. This COP is a bit the Africa COP, but at the same time, repositioning the issues. And I think the Egyptians are doing a good job and basically putting things straight as they should be. It's not going to be the diplomacy of adaptation or mitigation. It's going to be much more clearer, in my opinion. But the next one, it will be much more business-oriented. And therefore, you need to be prepared, because knowing the guys in Dubai and the way they're already preparing, they will talk about the third generation of adaptation issue, technology breakthrough, how you adapt, how you move on. Go on sectors, water, land, erosion. This is the kind of thing that technology, this is the kind of thing that we need you to think about it, and we need your advice. You are in good hands with the team here. If you need anything, we are at your disposal. The center is a global center of knowledge. We work also on specific projects. We leverage projects. We influence MDBs. We influence the World Bank, the African Development Bank. We work together with them. We have the AAAP, which is one of the largest adaptation programs, together with the African Development Bank, our main partner. And we are working very closely with them, because we believe the African Development Bank and the World Bank, as well as the GCA, we can really push the adaptation and help government. And keep in mind, what matters in your country is not your Minister of Environment, your Minister of Ecology, your Minister of Water, Minister of Finance. This is where you have to work on, Minister of Finance. And you have to ask them a single question. How many times you discuss adaptation Council of Ministers? And they will tell you, never. That's what you have to work on. All the rest are nice, good people. They will be a bit like you. They make you hear what you want to hear, but they don't have any influence in anything. Minister of Finance, Prime Minister, President. These are the people that you have to target, and you have to push them in the right direction. I wish you all the best. Have a good lunch, and we'll see you during the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamal. Thank you for coming, especially in this time where everyone is busy preparing the meeting on Monday with head of states. Thanks for taking the time. Then we will continue now with a break. We will go to a lunch break, and the lunch break for the participants that are here. Then, first of all, thanks a lot to the also volunteer, the people that have worked engaging the virtual participants. A big applause to Haley and also to Thomas that is in the other room. We will go to a break, and for the people that are joined online, in 1 hour we will continue with our conversation. Then thank you very much for the participants online. Regarding the lunch will take place at the same place. In the marketplace, it's a walking lunch with the possibility that you talk and engage with each other.
Hello there, welcome back. For the past hour, I was on the marketplace seeing all kind of interesting organizations. And I'm now here joined with Elisa from the International Secretariat for Water. Can you tell me a bit more about your organization and what you are doing?
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much for the invitation. So it's a pleasure to be here. So basically, the International Secretariat for Water is an NGO based in Montreal, Canada. And we work to mobilize, connect, and support
We'll continue with the exciting agenda that we have for this Youth Adaptation Action. We are here discussing about adaptation, discussing about cooperation, but the most important is discussing about acceleration of adaptation solutions. Then I want to continue inviting our next speakers, but before also a warm welcome to all our online delegates that are following this conversation in a live stream with interpretation in English, French, Arabic, and Spanish. A call to you, all of you, to continue using in your social media channels the Youth for Adaptation, just to tell the world what is happening here in Rotterdam and why youth participation is so important as part of the solution. Then I want to invite four of the next speakers. Some of them you already know. And I want that Desmond Aloguna from Ghana, from the Youth Advisory Panel, accompany me here. Also, Emily Bernal from the panel. She's from the United Kingdom, and she's also working in Change Climate. Sam North, who is the Yongo focal point, the biggest constituency of youth engaged in the UNFCCC process, that is United Nations Climate Change process. And we have Omnia El Morani, who is the youth envoy for the COP27 presidency that this year will have the COP in Egypt. A big applause to all of them. Then we continue with these change makers, stories that can inspire us and also that can help the world to accelerate adaptation action. Then Desmond, you are from Africa. We have heard that Africa is one of the continents that is most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Africa also has the largest young population, a population that is looking for opportunities, for jobs, but also have a lot of ideas. Then Desmond, please, just share with us some of the remarks, and especially, I think that we have here a microphone. Share with us your experience, and especially what in Africa is needed.
Thank you. Yeah, I prefer to stand. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity once again. And I think that the number of young people who are here, the number of young people who are on Zoom, and the number of young people who are following live stream, it's a demonstration that we've come to a realization that the innovations of today are not limited to closed-door experimentations. It relies much on the energy and enthusiasm of young people to innovate and accelerate adaptation action at community level, at the local level. I think over the past year, we've managed to build a strong momentum for climate change adaptation and for young people as a whole. Africa, of course, we understand how precarious our position is when it comes to climate impact. We've seen the droughts that are affecting so many farmers across the southern belt. We've seen the flooding that is affecting almost every country. And of course, in this regard, I can also acknowledge the recent catastrophe in Pakistan. That is really, really devastating. And the power relies on us now to work together. Because when we organized these dialogues, one thing that was standing out was the fact that so many young people are out there, they are doing really, really meaningful stuff, and some of us, we are working in silos. But then when we come together, we get stronger. When we come together, we get to define and redefine what we really mean by a climate solution. And that's what I think has been lacking in most of the areas. And then the other thing is that I've also noticed most of the young people are just not young people. They are professionals. And these professionals, some of them are working with private sector organizations, and some of them are working with banks and financial institutions. You see, the demand that we make at COP every year, or some of these high-level gatherings, have to have a strong backing point, and that is every institution you find yourself, we need to make a demand that we have youth representation at the board of directors, we have youth representation at the decision-making level, that we put young people at places where they actually get to decide what matters and not have these parallel sessions like we normally do in COP, and sometimes the impact is not the same. I'm going to leave it here as we keep the discussion going on. Thank you.
And now I have also the privilege to welcome next Omnia. You know, it's the first time that the co-presidency appoint a young person as an envoy of youth. And I think that is a recognition of the leadership, but also how important it is to bring young women in decision-making processes and in leadership positions. Then it's an honor to have you here. Very happy that you are with us here in Rotterdam. And Omnia, share with us what are the plans of the co-presidency. I think that you have a very exciting agenda putting together the African COP, the implementation COP, but how is the role of young people there? What plans do you have?
So thank you all so much, and for congratulations again for the amazing work that has been demonstrated in the morning, and I'm sure there will be more. So first of all, I feel very lucky and also very grateful for the presidency team for the recognition of the critical role of young people, especially at COP. This is the first time that a presidency team decides to have an envoy for young people or young representatives or experts, and the reason is that we envision not just having youth delegates being there participating, organizing their sessions, but to be part of the agenda setting of the climate change conference. And I'd like to start with a few numbers that I feel are very important and that has led me to be in this position right now. Because as you all know, especially when we talk about adaptation and the extreme weather events that climate change is driving and accelerating more than ever. So a child born today is going to experience 4 times the number and the rate of extreme related weather events due to climate change. And then in Africa, as was mentioned by Desmond, we are the continent with the youngest population of more than 70%. And climate-related events have led to the displacement of 10 million young people in general in Africa, to which it has the youngest population. And at the same time, more than 80% of young people feel anxious as well as stressed about the future. But on the other hand, I have to ask, we are, as a demographic, disproportionately impacted by climate change, and we continue to suffer most from its detrimental impacts. Are we involved in the decision-making process, such as the Global Climate Fora, COP, and other UNFCCC processes in a meaningful, inclusive, and sustainable way? I think the answer is no, but we are trying to work towards that. And it's not just for us being at COP, it's for young people in policy-making processes. There's a very interesting survey that was done by the UN Youth Envoy Office, and they asked young people around the world whether they felt that they are well represented in the political and decision-making space. And 76% of them said no. And 8 out of 10 young people in that specific survey said that political systems right now are not fit for the future. And the reason is because they do not have the meaningful youth engagement element. And this brings me to what is really important that we as young people, it's not just about being at the decision-making table or in the policy-making space. It's also about us. We are already leading action, especially when we look at climate change and climate adaptation solutions. If I can just give a few examples of what young people are doing, or young experts. So there's a young entrepreneur, and she's from Kenya, and she started her own social enterprise. And what she does is that she manufactures drought-resistant seedlings in Kenya to adapt to the changing climate. And then I also know a young agri-entrepreneurs in Egypt that right now are building greenhouses on rooftops in several cities in Egypt so that they can increase access to nutritious food under the changing climate. But then on the other side of the world, there are many young volunteers that are building cyclone-proof schools in Madagascar as well as in the Philippines, as well as providing these schools and these classrooms with water pumps and lanterns so that they can enable children and adolescents at their schools to still have access to safe water and to still be able to continue their education. Because climate change is not just going to affect our livelihoods, as I mentioned, but it's also going to affect our access to our basic needs, which includes our access to healthcare services, our access to education. And this was presented last COP. During COP26, the Malala Foundation did a study where they looked at access to education for girls, and they discovered that by 2025, if we continue in our own plans, more than 12.5 million girls will not access education. These numbers are important because we, as young solution makers and advocates, we do our advocacy based on the evidence and based on the science. And we are already leading action on the ground. These are just a few examples, but I know that there are many young innovators, entrepreneurs who are doing a lot of groundbreaking local impact and solutions that also have a great potential to be scalable to diverse geographies as well as backgrounds and fields. And on the other hand, as young people, we also have the power to mobilize our own demographic, work together, come up with specific policy asks to really transform and drive the adaptation as well as the mitigation and the finance agenda. But we also acknowledge that the agenda for climate change needs to be balanced. And also it needs to be just. We as young people, we also integrate the lens of intergenerational justice, climate justice, gender justice, and so on. So just for you to have like two key asks from my side for you. I am there to support you, but also to integrate your own voices, your experiences, your perspectives, your work, and your calls to action to the work of the presidency and to COP. But from my side, I would like to ask for two things. First of all, this is an invitation for you to work together with me and the presidency team, come up with specific policy asks to which we can integrate and we can help have that into the climate decision-making processes, the negotiation process that will be happening at COP27. And also work together with us because we do not just want to have one-off youth engagement just for this COP or because of the event, it's also for future COPs and climate decision-making spaces. So think of a mechanism that is sustainable, that is inclusive for youth participation. For this COP, the African and the Youth COP, to set a milestone for transformative, meaningful youth engagement in climate processes. And then my second call to action is to prepare your specific policy asks for the global goal on adaptation. Now is the opportunity to think together what we can present in terms of either having a sub-goal, having an input. Already we have voices of young people from 6 different regions around us in that room. So we can have the opportunity to come up with things that we can urgently drive. Because as young people, adaptation is a priority, and we need to think about not just our future and the future of the current and the generations to come, but also the health of our generation that will be and that is critically endangered by climate change as the biggest global health threat of the 21st century. So finally, as a representative and coming from the COP27 presidency team, we will spare no effort in placing adaptation at the forefront of the climate agenda. Now we have the opportunity for this COP to be referred to as the Adaptation COP. So I hope to see you all in Sharm, and yeah, I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, then. It is a collective effort, and all of us, we need to play a role. Now we will continue with Sam. You know that the United Nations Climate Change Secretariat have different constituencies. And the constituency of children and youth is called YOUNGO. And it has members from all over the world. And it's also an honor that Sam, that represents one of the YOUNGO focal points, the focal point from the north, is with us. And that also many of you, many YOUNGO members, were able to join and to be here with us, and also online. Then Sam, from your side, you know, from your perspective, maybe just to give a general overview about what is YOUNGO, what are you doing, what are the challenges that you are facing, and how is your perspective about how we can move forward?
Yeah, thank you. Do you mind if I stand?
Of course.
Yeah, I might stand and move around a bit in case anyone's sleeping over here. But yeah, thank you so much, Adriana and the Global Center on Adaptation. Your support for young people has been exemplary, actually, among the many institutions out there, so thank you. But yeah, so I'm Zan from YOUNGO, and we are the Children and Youth Constituency to UNFCCC. And as mentioned, we organize the inclusion of young people at international climate negotiations like the COP. And today, though, I actually wanted to talk a bit more about climate justice, and which Omnia began to talk about a bit as well. As mentioned, I'm the focal point for the Global North, and really just want to address what I think the Global North should be doing more of, which is supporting the world on climate adaptation. And wanted to start just with a bit of history. I grew up in the UK, and most of my history was learning a lot about cool battles and knights and soldiers and war heroes and this kind of thing. What I didn't learn too much about in history was that for 200 years, the British had an empire which covered a third of the world and systematically exploited the people and resources of the Global South. We also didn't learn too much about how for the next 100 years, a lot of multinational corporations continued to exploit the resources of the Global South. And now, I mean, just look, even in the situation we're in now, the same countries who were exploited for so long are the ones who are really suffering from climate change right now. And the inequality is just all around us. If you look at the great buildings and palaces of London, where did that wealth originate from? How much of it came from India? How much of it came from Africa? Look at the beautiful infrastructure of Rotterdam, the great palaces and museums of Amsterdam. How much of that wealth came from Indonesia? How much came from Latin America? And again, it's still the situation today that the countries who have suffered so much historically are now the ones who are really struggling with the effects of climate change right now and will continue to be so for the next few years. It's not a coincidence that the Netherlands has these beautiful floating cities on the water, whereas the old capital of the Dutch East Indies colony, Jakarta, is actually going to have the entire city relocated because it's sinking underwater. So this is the situation we're facing today. And when I got on the train from London yesterday, I looked at all the newspapers. There wasn't one British newspaper that had Pakistan on the front page of the news. At the moment, Pakistan has 50% of all of its farm and food-producing land underwater. So that entire crop will be lost for this year. The number of people displaced in Pakistan right now is double the population of the whole of the Netherlands. And this is really a crisis that's happening right now. And you know, we don't even need to get into if we should address the injustices of the past. But the minimum we can expect now, I think, is that the Global North, with all the wealth it has now, should be helping those most in need in the Global South who are being hit by climate change. And so, yeah, I really hope this event and all of you can help us mobilize for the Global North to support the world on climate adaptation. And yeah, I think as young people, it's not complicated what we need to do. I mean, we need more young people in climate education, in climate engineering, in climate science, in climate policy. And I think all of you are doing, all of you are on the right track. But tell all your friends as well. We need less young people in investment banking, in private equity, in real estate. We need young people at conferences like this addressing the crises that we're facing, particularly in the global north, as I said. And in terms of how we're mobilizing for COP, yes, as Youngo, again, it's been mentioned a few times, we'll be producing a global youth statement of climate policies. Last year, we massively opened up this process, and with this, we now have organizations all around the world all feeding into this document so that we have a unified voice of youth at the COP. And there's a strong section in there on adaptation, which we need to improve for this year. And this COP is really key. I think it's really, really key. We've had some big progress, particularly in mitigation at Glasgow. There was some really historic progress, actually. Some progress on adaptation as well, but it's really not being delivered. And yeah, you keep hearing this, we need this to be the COP for implementation. And that's particularly the case of adaptation. So much financing for adaptation has been pledged, but not delivered. And so we need to come to COP with a very strong voice of youth. And it's very fortunate that we have a youth envoy for the first time to help us carry that message. So really looking forward to working more with Omnia. But yeah, and these policies that we bring as youth to the COP, these aren't just general vague, we want this, we want that. It's quite specific policy demands. And so encourage all of you to, as well as all the grassroots work you're doing on adaptation, these huge policy processes do make a difference as well. So encourage everyone to feed into that. And just to all of the adults and decision makers in the room, I encourage all of you to just think of young people as an incredible resource for you as well. I mean, young people volunteering in the climate space, Youngo has about 4,000 people in its network at the moment. All of them are working completely unpaid. And on top of the jobs, on top of their studies, they're doing this climate volunteering. It's incredibly hard work, it's tough, it's complicated. And I'm sure all of you in this room have given up your own money and given up friendships, relationships, alternative careers, higher paid jobs to fight to try and save our world from climate change. And so yeah, for all the adults and the organizations, young people are here ready to take action, but we do need your support, we need your guidance. And so yeah, I really hope from this youth dialogue, we'll continue to see really, really strong inclusion and collaboration with young people going forwards. And yeah, if we mobilize as youth and those in power work and engage with us, then I think we really can have hope to deliver on adaptation and climate justice. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Sam. And as you said, this generation, you have the possibility to build the things in a different way. It is not about a war about competition, but it's about a war of cooperation and solidarity. And we maybe are from different countries with so very different realities, but we have a common goal and a common responsibility. And you are the ones that really can build a different wave of collaboration. Just competing is not how this generation will be, not only the present, but as well the future. Let's move with our next speaker. She is Emily Bernal. She's also a member of the Youth Advisory Panel, and she is from the United Kingdom. And she has been also advocating for women and youth empowerment, and is part of different processes. Then, Emily, from your perspective, we have been just also listening that women are not necessarily part of many of the decision-making processes, and especially, when we are going to check the high-level positions. And you have been advocating for this topic. What do you think is needed, and how we can engage more young women in different processes? Emily.
Thank you, Adriana, and thank you everyone for being here. Yes, so I think including more young women at the table is the same as what we're talking about including youth. It's about diversifying who is included in the decision making in a way that increases the resilience of the outcomes, it increases the representation of the outcomes. And I think, what I wanted to really talk about initially first today is how we make sure all the energy that we have brought to this conference over these 2 days isn't left behind when we leave on Sunday. So all these discussions about making sure we're including more marginalized groups, including more women, including more youth at the table. How do we make sure that everything we've discussed about breaking down those barriers goes with us on Monday morning when we go back to our communities and when we go back to our jobs and we go back to our dinner tables and we talk to our families? And I think sometimes this can feel quite difficult. There can feel like there's a lot of barriers when we leave these spaces where there's a lot of energy. But I also think we have some really exciting opportunities. And I think there's 3 key opportunities I'd like to really quickly touch upon that I think we can all take away from us when we go home on Sunday or Monday. And I think first of all, that's timing. So when we heard the presentation this morning from Professor Edie, he spoke about how adaptation is 10 to 15 years behind mitigation. And I think it's so easy to often feel like we're always running out of time and that we're never working quick enough. And I think that's true, and we can't be complacent and we have to act quickly. But I also think we're all coming together now at a really critical time. As Omnia said, and as we heard from Salim Hook's presentation earlier about the negotiation processes, over the next 2 years, we have this critical opportunity to feed into the global goal on adaptation. And over these next, first of all, 2 days and then 2 months leading up to COP27, as a group of young people, both the people who are gathered here in person, online, and also going back to our communities, we can shape some real concrete policy, and we can make sure that we present this at COP27, as Omnia was saying, if we all work together. So we've got this really vital opportunity if we harness the time right now. We may be behind, but we are all coming together at a really critical moment. I think the second one is collaboration. So we spoke a lot about how adaptation must be locally led, and it must by design be absolutely specific to the community or to the geographic region, but we also can't act in silo. And as Adriana said, we have 100 people just in this room, but from 50 different countries. And within that, we all represent different communities, different sectors. And we have this opportunity over the next 2 days to build bridges across sectors, generations, continents, and I think we really must leverage that. And something that I think Benji and Joyce and a few others brought up so well in the panel earlier was that we want to try and take these conversations beyond the closed door spaces. So for instance, if we're looking to try and include more women, it's sometimes hard for them to get on UNFCCC delegations or these closed door spaces due to various different barriers. But if we take these conversations home with us to our communities and to our different sectors, we can start taking these conversations beyond the conference halls where you need a visa or you need to have already broken down those barriers to get into the decision-making spaces. So all of us can go home, and it won't just be 100 people who've worked together on these goals. We can then have a ripple effect, and we've all got the opportunity to go home and take these conversations beyond the closed door spaces, which I think is really exciting. And I think the final opportunity we have is kind of to shift the dial on adaptation in terms of the mindset of what adaptation is. It was spoken a lot this morning that there's a preconception that adaptation is often because we have given up, like we can't mitigate, so now adaptation is the next option. But what I think we've all shown is that adaptation is the opposite. Adaptation is showing that we want to design and choose and create the future that we all really want, and we can all be active participants in that. And therefore, I think we can shift the dial to this more transformational adaptation mindset, and we can all be leaders in changing this perception and going back to our sectors, whatever we may work in or whatever we may study, and say, like, adaptation is important because it's not giving up. It is actually about the fact that we are choosing to create this future. So I think we've got these vital opportunities to act now, to collaborate, and also to change the mindset and harness this new transformational and optimistic view of adaptation that we can all do together. So I think we should all reach out to whoever we can. If anyone is very interested in working on the concrete proposals that Omnia spoke about, we can create a working group and a space to do this, both virtually and in person, over the next few days. And I'm really excited to see what comes from this when we all go home and put it into action. Thank you, Adriana.
Thank you. And a special thanks to all of them. You know, today and tomorrow we have many stories of change makers, and all of you are part of this group of change makers. Now what we are going to do is we are going to open the floor. If you have some questions, and also if we have some questions from the participants that are engaged virtually, then I just received the call that yes, here we have from, Nikhil is helping us now with Thomas, with the participants that are in the Zoom link. And I think we have a question over here. First, we go to the virtual participants, and after that, we go to take other questions.
Just a moment. Okay, so the first question that we have is from Koto, and this question is for Omnia. And the question that he has is, what are the expected levels of involvement for youth at the COP27 Blue Zone?
Okay.
Would you like to
And what I will do is just take a couple of questions, and after that we go there. Then I see 1, 2, 3, and 4. Then we go 5 and 6. Okay, we go with this because then, and remember that I will encourage you very, very brief, otherwise we will not have time. Give always your name and your country.
Okay. So hi, my name is Islam. I'm from Tunisia, North Africa. My question is for Omnia too. So Youth MENA and North Africa, as you know, are really having real challenges and barriers as finance, gender, and no environmental and climate change. So my question as a youth representative in COP27, what's your plans exactly? And do you think, like Abdallah said this morning, that we will see the same efforts and real changes after the COP in MENA region? Thank you.
Fantastic. Then we have here, I think that over there we have, and there. Here, in the back.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kondokar, founder of International Youth Changemaker. Thank you. Actually, it's last 2007. I am also is vulnerable. I think this my cyclone and CEDAR. This is 8 million people in my country, and this also my family also affected. That's the reason I also changed my city. I think we are talking about to climate refugee. We are next. So what you plan this about to climate refugee and other suggestion, adapted related investment on climate smart agriculture and especially to coastal area to regional to talking about that. So I think must be we are talking about to climate refugee. How can you are talking to this COP27 in these issues? Thank you.
Name and country.
Thank you. My name is Dewi. I'm from Indonesia. And Jan, thank you for mentioning Jakarta is sinking at the moment. It's sad but true. So I would like just to give a little bit information that in Indonesia we have like maybe more than 1,000 young people actively in group like as climate leaders, and then this group of young people, they are also like very concerning about the climate adaptation action. Like for example, like a few months ago, they had a training about like how they can care about the biodiversity, because Indonesia is also a country with a lot of biodiversity that we need to like protect. And then since you're mentioning about the collaboration, it's important that young people and then the group of young organizations to collaborate together. And I would like to invite all of you, like if you would like to connect with the youth organization in Indonesia, feel free to contact me. I would like to like deliver the message, and also like maybe we can collaborate in the future together, like exchange knowledge and skill, or something like that. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Excellent. We go to the back. We go to the back, and then we just check. We have here 3 questions more, one there, and then we will return back to our panelists.
All right.
Hello, my name is Percy Ramirez. I'm from the Dominican Republic. I grew up in a coastal town, and I think this is very common for other people that are from small island developing states. But one of my first memories as a child was seeing how my community had to rebuild itself after a devastating hurricane. And I think that children are, especially as Omnia mentioned, affected by the effects of climate change as we are right now. So my question goes towards, like, now that youth is receiving the attention of the global agenda, what can we do to bring forward and bring on the table the needs of those other communities that are also vulnerable and disenfranchised? Like, how can we guarantee to truly leave no one behind?
Then we will go to, okay, then the virtual, and then I think that here, and then, and we will try to return back. Yes, let's go with the virtual participants.
Yep. Thanks for not leaving the Zoom participants behind as well. So I'm going to read the first question. This one's from Kadia, if I'm pronouncing her name right, and she's from Ghana. And her question is, what can be done to include people living with disabilities, especially the deaf and blind, in the climate advocacy agenda? The PWD group are also a group that is very vulnerable when it comes to the effects of climate change and need to be involved in the agenda. That's the first online question. The next online question is, where's the next one? Just give me a moment. There was a lot of chats happening. Okay, so the next question is from Palingan, if I'm pronouncing your name right, sorry, also from Nigeria. And the question is, COP does not have any effect on national and subnational climate change agenda policy making and implementation, as it is lacking in my country, Nigeria. What can be done in the African region for this?
Excellent. Then we have a couple of questions. Let's go with the last one over there. And then from there,
yeah, I guess I have two brief questions. The first one is to Zan on the adaptation section of the Global Youth Statement. What do you think needs to be improved comparing to last year? And to Omnia, what's your plan and thinking of taking the youth demands to the negotiation part of COP26 and not just as the presidency, but how to make sure that in the presidency role to make sure that these youth demands are being communicated and being shared, being taken forward by parties.
Thank you. This is Noemi. I'm from Germany and from Ghana. I have two questions. My first question is, does adaptation also mean reshaping how we have conversations, for example, on big international conferences, when we talk about, for example, the most important areas, no, not most important, but most affected areas and people with climate change? Should they be more represented than areas that are less affected? Or, for example, should indigenous communities that protect 80% of our biodiversity be more represented than other communities, for example, as they are now not represented as much? So, yeah, that's the first question. Like, should we reshape our conferences and our conversations about this? And my second question is, how can we include adaptation in the agendas of the private sector, despite consultation, for example?
Excellent. We will finalize with the question of Elisa, and then we go to another round, because we have 2 panels more, 5 parallel working groups, regional consultations. Then you will have enough time to continue the conversation. It's just the beginning. Elisa.
So I don't know how you guys are going to remember all of these questions, but so my question is for Emily. I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit more on what are the barriers that women put, I think, on 2 sides, so that women face in the climate adaptation sector, but also maybe that we put on ourselves in the climate, like to be in leadership positions.
Excellent. Then we are going back to our panelists. Then, Omnia, I think that you have many questions. Let's try to go, and then after that, all of you will have the possibility to share some thoughts.
Okay, perfect. So I'll try to be concrete and brief, but also answer all the questions. So first of all, for the blue zone, this is actually a very important question, because one area we wanted to work on regards my plan with the presidency is to build the capacity of young people. Young people are already very competent and understanding of climate change impacts as well as actions, but it's always very complex to understand COP processes and how to make the most out of our participation at COP. So one area we wanted to work on is to build capacity by creating certain tools or a very short guide or guidelines to really prepare young people to be able to participate, whether it's the blue zone or the green zone. But then if you're a young participant and you have kind of a toolkit or a calendar of events that would be interesting for any young person being at blue zone, what's next? So first of all, and this depends on each young participant, what are their field and what are the goals and the objectives of their participation. Based on that, the activities on the blue zone can then be defined. So of course, one key area to participate in is with Yongo, but I will leave Zan to that. But also from the presidency side, we are organizing together with Yongo the Youth and Future Generation Day, which is going to be on November 10th. It's a dedicated day at COP for youth, children and adolescents as well, to share their activism, their solutions. We are going to have our own events with Yongo, and then we also invited all the different entities, pavilions, organizations to have on that day all the events focusing on youth. This is also similar to other thematic days like adaptation, mitigation, finance, human rights, gender, and so on. So this will be on November 10th. Another important way to be able to participate in the blue zone is to another area that we want to really bring in as the presidency is to promote and create spaces where intergenerational dialogues are being held. So we want to go beyond not just having youth speaking to youth in events that are focusing on youth, but to actually have youth in non-youth focused events, or having kind of similar to what Yongo does, which is bilateral meetings with high-level policymakers, be it ministers, negotiators, heads of delegation, and we would like to do the same both in the Young and Future Generation Day, but also outside. But I also have a great update that I'm so excited to share with you is that for the first time, COP is going to have a youth pavilion. So this has been done by the UN High-Level Champions team. They finally secured the funding, and this means that we are going to have our space for 2 weeks from 9 to 6. And right now there's an open consultation. So there's an open consultation for young organizations to submit their ideas on sessions that they would like to deliver, and we really want your inputs and your events, and this is just dedicated youth space. So that's for the blue zone question. For the climate migrants question, this is from the presidency side, we are going to organize a Human Settlements Day. I don't remember which date exactly, but I can share with you the Twitter link that has all the thematic days. This is an opportunity to really, because climate refugees or climate migrants, until now, it's not yet defined. So this is one key aspect that we need to work on. And I believe as young experts, we have a role to play. Another thing, I have personally worked with IOM, which is the International Organization of Migration, who are now very interested in the climate agenda. They were there in the Africa Climate Week in Gabon last week, and they will be there at COP as well. So I can also introduce you to their focal point, who is also very interested to work with young people. So that would be interesting. And then there was another question on MENA and how we can, tackle the barriers as well as sustain the momentum. For MENA, it's very interesting and great that we are going to have the next COP in UAE, which gives us 2 years of really mobilizing and building the climate awareness and also the prioritization in our region, especially that, you know, there is a lot of potential, especially coming from young people to galvanize this in terms of access to, you know, finance as well as the barriers. When it comes to gender and diversity in general, this is a key principle that as the presidency, it is guiding our work when it comes to gender and geographic representation, similar to what also Yongo always implements in their work. And we also do the same for the presidency in all our events, in our thematic days, ensuring that there is just representation. And we also understand that as young people, we are not a homogeneous group. It's important to have youth experts and youth representatives from their fields according to their expertise and so on. And then also we are working very hard to try to support young people. And I personally, if there is any opportunity that can support young people's engagement or participation at COP, I always share that. And if there's an opportunity to also see if anyone is interested to, you know, when it comes to finance, I'll always prioritize the needs and the importance of having youth participation at COP27. And then there's a question on children and adolescent needs. This is very important. When I started working in climate change, there was always the reference to youth and children, but then adolescent was barely mentioned until I started working with the World Health Organization and PMNCH, the Partnership for Maternal Childborn Adolescent Health, that has been recently going to COP. And then one of the key partners that we are working with are actually UNICEF. They've been really active in the climate space, very interested, and they've been going to the climate change conference since COP25 in Madrid. We're also going to organize a session for the thematic day for the Young and Future Generation Day that will be focusing on children and adolescents only, their activism, their voices, as well as their needs. And it will be very, you know, important for us to have other partners work, and I'm very open to any ideas to increase more attention, awareness, as well as give the platform for these participants when they come to really make the most out of their participation, more than just being present at COP. And then there's another question on the youth demands to the negotiations by the parties, right? Okay. So this is also important because, so what I'm being mandated now and asked is to link in the youth calls to action to the presidency. Because, as I said before, every year each presidency team comes and young experts get the opportunity to present the Global Youth Statement to the presidency. But then there's not a necessarily strong follow-up on where or what happens. But this year, we want to do things differently. But it's kind of us working together, so the presidency with Yongo, with young representatives, where we have specific policy asks, and then what's very important is where do you want these asks to be integrated into. Because if we have specific asks on adaptation, then the area of integration would be, for example, the GCA, the negotiation process is there. If we have other inputs related to climate finance or mitigation or ACE, for example, then this will be a next step for the Global Youth Statement is, yes, we have policy asks, but we need to think together what are or where are the venues, because we have the full support of the presidency when it comes to pushing for our demands. But from our side, we need to identify where do we want to better place it so that it's both of us working together, young delegates and their national delegations pushing from one side, and then the presidency from one side, and then us as young, whether observers or party delegates, pushing it from the other end. I'm sorry, I'm speaking too much, but I'm almost done. And then we have there was a question reshaping the conference. And yes, this is a very interesting and important point to make. And this really relates to something that I've been thinking about as well, is how to define things before we start advocating for. So one area, for example, how to define when we're talking about youth participation, diversity, and meaningfulness. We need to define what is meaningful and what is not, what is diverse and what is not. And for us to reach to do that, this definition has to be facilitated by us as young people to come together and have a common consensus, which we can then collectively bring in to the UNFCCC, to the presidency. And I really, for the past period, been working with the UNFCCC, and they've been very supportive and very open to having young people deliver their inputs. So it's always about us having concrete and substantial inputs for the UNFCCC to integrate, but they're always working hard for our inputs, and I had the opportunity to see that firsthand. I think I'm done. Maybe.
I think that we will continue the conversation during these 2 days. And what I will recommend is, as we have a full agenda, then if possible, just to be brief, because we will have also other panels. Please, Sam.
Sorry, I'll try and be brief. I'll try and mainly cover the question about COP and the Blue Zone because, yeah, Youngo essentially has coordinated youth engagement at COP in the Blue Zone for the last 16 years now. And, I mean, Omni has covered it a lot, but yeah, in case anyone doesn't know, the way it works, these negotiations at COP, any negotiation session, every country has like a little placard that they can raise to speak. And it's just countries, and then the 9 civil society constituencies are the only other bodies allowed to speak in that space. So one of them is for Youngo, for children and youth. So we can actually bring our youth voices to every single negotiation session at the COP. Very occasionally, one of government will refuse to have civil society there, but then it looks bad on them. So for almost all of them, we can be there. And so Youngo, if you come to COP, we'll have a meeting every morning. You don't have to have been a previous member. Anyone can come, and we'll coordinate, yeah, all of that negotiation activity. Also, though, the COI that Abdallah mentioned earlier, immediately before the COP, that's specifically to prepare young people for the COP negotiations. Omnia mentioned we also have a youth pavilion, so there'll be huge opportunities coming through that. Also on the Youth Day, for the first time this year, a lot of people actually don't know, but it was quite historic, COP26, that for the first time we had 3 articles specifically on youth in the COP cover agreement. One of them, Article 65, called for this new dialogue between youth and government parties at the COP. So that's happening for the first time this year on the Youth Day. And so, yeah, that'll be another great opportunity. Just following up from the Article 65, yeah, someone mentioned about, you know, the COP decisions don't make any difference whatsoever back in your home country. Well, I think that unfortunately can often be true. All I can say is we as young people need to mobilize and hold our own governments accountable for that. Again, one of the articles from COP last year, Article 64, urged all country governments to have youth consultation and representation in the negotiating teams when they go to these COP meetings and etc., any climate negotiation. So that every country has agreed to have this text calling for young people to be represented in national climate decision making. But yeah, we just need to follow up and make sure we deliver on that. Some countries are now doing that very well, some are not. And so, yeah, we're also looking, as we head towards the COP as Youngo, how we can find out exactly which governments are delivering on this or not. And we need to mobilize and hold our own governments accountable. Yeah, very quickly, the question on climate refugees. Youngo has a working group on refugees and migration. So we'll be working a lot on that in the road to COP as well. And we'll have a section on that in our Global Youth Statement. There was a few mentions on, you know, vulnerable communities and those most affected. I mean, all I can say is, yeah, for our policy preparations as we go towards the COP, we can reach out to any communities we possibly can, but just get in touch, anyone, wherever you're working, and you think there's a community that needs more highlighting, just get in touch and we can try to do our best. And someone mentioned disabilities. So at the moment there's 9 civil society constituencies, part of UNFCCC, but it looks like there's soon going to be a 10th one for people with different abilities. And so there could be a huge opportunity for people with disabilities to have an impact at COP as well. And Kathy asked about our work on adaptation, the Global Youth Statement. I mean, honestly, I'll put this back on you. I think this forum needs to feed into that. My personal, I'll just repeat what I said earlier. We need to scale up the urgency, like adaptation is an issue for the future something we need now. So yeah, looking forward to working with everyone here on strengthening that statement. And finally, in the road up to COP, Young is organizing capacity building sessions in very specific policy detail on all the thematics that be under negotiation. So anyone can just sign up to the Younger mailing list anytime and you'll get all the info about youth and COP. So yeah, happy to share that afterwards.
Any input? Any input from your side? Just very brief.
I'll keep it very brief, and I'm happy to follow up with anyone afterwards if we've left any questions unanswered. And I'll just touch on a couple of the questions more to do with representation, so both on gender representation, but also on disabilities, because I think these all are kind of covered by the same solutions in the fact that it is about representation. It's ensuring that for instance, when I think about how we can increase the way that policies are responding to the needs of people with various different disabilities, we need to see more people with disabilities in leadership in the same way that we need to see more women in leaderships in order to increase our responsiveness to the needs of women in response to the climate crisis. So, for instance, in Elisa's question, you spoke about a few of the barriers that women face. And of course, as we've been saying, youth isn't a homogenous group, neither are women. So the barriers faced are obviously affected by different intersectionalities. And we must note that Indigenous women, women from minority groups, women with disabilities, women who may not have had access to an education are going to face increased barriers to reach leadership. But I think even if we just look at the news recently, we see that there can sometimes be gender stereotypes about female leaders. We've seen the backlash to the Finnish Prime Minister recently in the news, and we've seen there's been quite a lot in the news lately about the kind of sometimes dangerous situations that was faced by women in the Kenyan elections. So sometimes women are held to different standards and accounts when they run for high-level, often political office, and often face different levels of safety risks, and I think that needs to be addressed. And also it's about changing perceptions. So I think the more women we see in leadership, the more people will feel like they see themselves represented there and can go for those roles too. The same when we're talking about disabilities or any other intersection. So if we look at the stats for COP26 quickly, only 34% of committees were made up of women for the delegations within the UNFCCC. So already that gives a benchmark of seeing that there is a long way to go. And I'm sure if we break down that data for many different intersections, we see there's a lot more we can do to increase diversity. And many scientific studies show that the more diverse a board is on all these different indices, the more resilient the climate policies often are and the more representative. So yeah, that's just a very brief answer, but happy to pick up on any of these points.
And I think that just adding to the question on participation, I think it boils back to seeing climate action as a matter of justice. And that's where we can build the capacity of, for example, the frontline communities that she mentioned and the vulnerable groups, and having these representations equally represented at the various gatherings. So the point is that there is one faction that is quite capable of running trainings, building capacities. And you know that these gatherings, sometimes the language is quite technical, so you don't just walk in. And then it's also a matter of the language, because some of these people at the frontline communities who are affected don't necessarily speak some of the UN languages. So it needs somebody to see this as a matter of justice and recommit resources for capacity building of such groups so that they are able to participate and contribute effectively.
Thank you very much for these remarks. It's a process together from Rotterdam to COP27 in Egypt, and from here we go to Emirates. Then we are building the youth adaptation movement. Once again, thank you to all our panelists. And with that, I want to invite the next panel. Because we are talking about the Paris Agreement, the different climate change negotiations, but one of the conferences took place last year in Glasgow, was COP26. And we will have our next panel to talk about how can we accelerate action to delivery on the Glasgow Climate Pact. And then I want to invite our next speakers. It's a fantastic group. We have, first we have Nisreen El-Saim. She is from Sudan, and she is also the chair of the Secretary General Advisory Group on Climate Change, also a negotiator, and she has been part of this process for several years. Thanks a lot, Nisreen, for being here with us. We have also Irfan Ulad from Pakistan, member of the Youth Advisory Panel. We have also Paloma Noriega, who is all part of the fellows of the UNFCCC process. And then we have Lydia from the COP26 presidency. Then we have a very extraordinary panel. Then now, the question for all of you. You know, we are talking about the negotiations. We are talking about COP27. And Lydia, I would like to start with you. You know, here, all of them are engaged, and the people that are watching us are also very much engaged in climate change activities. But not everyone knows about the climate change process and the negotiations. Then, if I can just ask you, what is this Glasgow Climate Pact, and how do you think governments can enhance the participation of youth in this process, also taking into account the experience that the UK had as a co-presidency? Lydia.
Cool. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you for my other panelists as well. So yeah, I am working in the UK COP presidency, and I was part of the delegation last year. And I think to understand a bit about the Glasgow Climate Pact, we first have to look at the context. So last year in Glasgow, COP26 took place in a backdrop against a year and a half of COVID, against a summer of wildfires, against really bad flooding in Germany. And we knew going into it that ecosystems were being irreversibly destroyed, people were being forced from their homes, water insecurity had increased, and the world saw COP26 as a moment, a very important moment to come together to have an agreement that we would like to say would keep 1.5 alive, that was the aim, and put us back on the right path. So, almost 200 countries came together and they agreed the Glasgow Climate Pact. And the last year or so, or the last 10 months, our time has been to urgently act on those priorities. So there are 5 priorities we would like to say under the Glasgow Climate Pact. Mitigation measures, so reducing emissions. Adaptation, loss and damage, helping those already impacted by the climate. Finance, ensuring that people have the right means to take forward that climate action. And also delivering an inclusive presidency, so working together to have inclusive climate action. So for the purpose of today, I'm going to just focus on adaptation and then a bit of finance and a bit of inclusivity. As always, lots of these different themes overlap. So COP26 and the Glasgow Climate Pact really underlined the central importance of adaptation. It urged developed countries to scale up their climate finance. We've heard a lot of about that today, and specifically to double climate finance by 2025. Parties also agreed to the Glasgow Sharm El-Sheikh 2-year work plan on the global goal on adaptation. I think Zan said earlier that there has been a lot of promises made at COP26, and it is really important that we have that practical progress on the GDA by COP27. And so, yeah, I think that was a main success of COP26 and something that was one of the main successes of the Glasgow Climate Pact. Moving on to a little bit of inclusivity and how young people can be a driving force for change in the international climate change arena. We need young people's voices front and centre. Global appetite for climate action has never been bigger, and I think part of the successes we had at COP26 was because young people really set the right conditions. So it wasn't just the lobbying before, it wasn't just putting pressure on governments, and I think a lot of it comes from being in the blue zone, but also being in the green zone as well, but also being outside, talking to negotiators in the margins and putting pressure on to make those decisions and to take them seriously. We've spoken a little bit earlier. Sorry, what always happens is I have like very typed up notes and then I scribble on them lots and then I can't read my handwriting when I try and read them back to myself. But there was reference to Article 64 and it urges parties to ensure meaningful youth participation and representation in multilateral, national and local decision-making processes. And I think that's really important. It's important to recognise that it's not just the responsibility of young people to get their voices heard at those levels. It's the responsibility of all of us, and it speaks to locally led adaptation, it talks to national policy, and it also talks to international climate change fora. COP26 again saw a whole load of announcements being made outside the negotiating room. So we saw ambition on deforestation, on accelerating green technology. And that was a clear shift away from ambition to actual action. And we've spoken a lot today about how COP27 will be the implementation COP. And that is really important. And Egypt has been clear on that. Without implementation, these commitments are meaningless and people start to lose faith in what will come out of COPs. On a final point, when we talk about implementation, it is good to draw back to those three levels, so local, national and international. And one other final point, sorry. We've spoken a little bit about homogenous, talking about young people as if they're a homogenous group. I think one thing that I would like to reference that there wasn't only strengthened language on youth participation in the Glasgow Climate Pact, it was across the board. So we had strengthened language on the participation of women, on Indigenous peoples, and on people with disabilities as well. And I think we need to ensure that we are matching expertise to those different groups and making sure that we do not treat young people as an homogenous group, and that will really allow for useful and meaningful youth engagement across the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Then now, moving from the Glasgow Pact, then I want to ask you, Nisari, you have been a negotiator, one of the young negotiators, also a women young negotiator from Africa, but also you have been engaged in different international processes through the advisory council that the Secretary General has. Then in your perspective, what are these challenges, but how can we accelerate implementation? And what will be your recommendation for them?
Thank you, Adriana, for the question. Actually, your question summarized the whole day, all of the discussions we had since early morning. 10 years ago, specifically January 2012, it was when I started the journey of climate activism. I feel so old now. And I am saying this is because in these 10 years, I've literally tried everything, but the only thing I did not try is what they call it, I forgot the terminology. Anyway, sabotage. This is the only thing I didn't try. And I didn't try sabotages because in Sudan there is nothing to sabotage it in the first place. I think many countries are in a similar situation. We don't actually have things to sabotage it. But anyway, I'm also mentioning this is because there is no one way to make climate action or to accelerate this action. You actually have to try everything because earlier one of the online questions said that what happens in COP doesn't affect what happens in our countries, which is not true. A lot of the decisions happens at COP have a direct impact on countries. Access to finance, how much mitigation countries should do, how much adaptation access they get, how much technology. A lot of the discussions that happened at COP actually reflects in the country. The question is, how can our countries make the most of what's happening at COP? That's number one. And number two, how can young people be at COP to be part of these decisions making, and then be at home to be part of the implementation of these decisions? So it starts there, but it continues in the country. It can be the opposite. A lot of decisions happened at COP was actually initiated from member states, because member states are the one negotiating in your behalf. So for me, the challenge is to accelerate adaptation and mitigation and climate action in general is political will. And I am saying this as Sudanese. I am coming from a country where we don't have a proper government for 10 months now. And I can tell you it's extremely, almost impossible to plan, not only for climate change, but for anything, if you don't have stability of political situation and then political will, because this political will reflects on your bilateral relationship with other countries, which means access to finance. It reflects on the multilateral, which means the people who are representing you, negotiating under your name in the multilateral spheres like COP and others. And if, of course, it impacts the implementation in the country, because you need a structure. And this is the 5 pillars of good governance. Political will, strong institutes inside of your countries, as the speaker earlier mentioned, the Minister of Finance, for example. And then you need to have laws, legislations, policies, strategies to implement these things in your country. And of course, you need stakeholder engagement, indigenous communities, local communities, etc., etc. Unfortunately, it's a continuous series link. If any part of the series broke, the delivery will not be the maximum, and we can keep blaming the COP as much as we want. We can keep blaming not having access to enough finance, which is true. But when you ask why we don't have access to enough access to finance, they say, well, you have corruption in your country. Every finance we send to you goes somewhere else. Well, you don't have capable enough people to write policy, sorry, not policy, but proposals, bankable proposals, so you can access finance. And it's also all serious because we don't have capable people to write proposals, because we don't have proper education. We don't have proper education because we don't have proper infrastructure. We don't have proper infrastructure because we don't have enough development, and of course, because of climate change is, of course, stopping all of this. So any solution to climate change must be holistic. Development, good governance, climate change, adaptation and mitigation, everything should work together, otherwise I don't think it will work. Thank you.
Excellent. An holistic approach to tackle climate change. And Irfan, now I want to go with you. You are a member of the Youth Advisory Panel. You are also from Pakistan, one of the countries that currently is affected for the impacts of climate change. Then, from your perspective, what can we do to accelerate action, and how we can engage youth in this process?
Thank you, Adriana. Can you hear me now? Okay. Thank you so much, Adriana, for the question. But before responding to your question, maybe I think all of you know what is currently happening in Pakistan. So if no, so yeah, I can tell you giving you some statistics. So now 1/3 of the country is underwater. So it's mean 35 million people have been severely affected by flooding, and the flooding is like almost for 3 months there. And despite our contribution is 0.4% to greenhouse gas emission, but we are among the top 5 most vulnerable countries to climate change. And I think so here it's really important that we should consider climate injustice, which is happening. You know, like those who are contributing less to it are the forefront of the damages, are the forefront of the impacts which they are facing. So I think so it's really, really important, super important that we all need to take it serious, because today is Pakistan and tomorrow should be your country. So, and it's also, I think we really need to move from this solidarity aspect to more into responsibility, because the one who are behind, you know, it's also, I think, time to make this big polluter accountable. So yeah, there are somehow this world situation, but I think so I'm also, on the other hand, very kind of
optimistic, like young people, you are here, so you can really change the things, and you are actually really can drive the agenda forward. But Ariana, now back to your question about how can youth play an integral role in this world adaptation or bringing the adaptation agenda forward. So yeah, youth are doing an amazing job. So for example, talking about my country, so 70% of the population is in the age bracket of 15 to 35, which means that it could be an asset for the country if they are utilized well. And as Sareen mentioned, so we really need to invest on the young people. We really need to upgrade the skill of young people. We really need to provide them with the more opportunities so that they can bring innovation to the table. We are and especially I think so the one thing which is somehow missing that how we can make show that more funding can flow into the hand of locally led youth adaptation measure, which in many cases it's not happening because the youth, they are doing an amazing job, but when it's come to the funding, when they approach donor, so it's not easy for them to get the funding, you know. So yeah, and know how we can some recommendation also from our Asia Youth Summit, which we got like almost 1,000 young people. They were sharing their demand, and recommendation was like, it's good to have youth mentioning in the NDCs and NEPs, but it also not just mentioning them. I think there should be a proper process to somehow track the progress of those countries that are there just mentioning it on the paper, but are they also really involving them and the ground, as Nasreen mentioned, that we really need to see the progress of young people, how much they are involved and how much opportunity are being provided to them to get involved on the ground level. And also I think so it would also be really important to have youth representation in the official youth delegation. And to be honest, example of my country, we don't have any youth representation in our delegation, and I think so it's really, really important that every country delegation to COP to UNFCCC should have a permanent young member, youth representation, so that then he or she can bring the youth voices that we're actually doing. And I'm also really like what already mentioned by Salim Ul-Huk, to have like a sub goal and GGA, global goal and adaptation, to really track the process of different countries, that how they are involving the young people, how they are involving all those young leaders from the goal in this world of fight against climate change. And also, before wind up, I think so it's also really, really important that as we're going to COP 27 to really focus more on climate finance, especially like more finance should go into the adaptation, and also I think so really important to have loss and damage as well also, and because there's a long negotiation for many years on loss and damage, especially in Santiago network on loss and damage operationalization. But like having the scenario which is currently being in my country where people are suffering, there's not much support. I think so it's really, really important to kind of operationalize this whole mechanism that the people in it can get support on time. Yeah, thank you.
And finally, we have Paloma. We have been discussing about the importance of strengthening the capacity of young people, and the UNFCCC Secretariat, based in Bonn, established the Youth Fellowship. Paloma is one of the fellows that we have, fellows also here from different countries. And Paloma, from your perspective, then what is the role of this capacity building, and how this capacity building plays a role, especially for young professionals, to develop skills and to contribute in the acceleration of adaptation action?
Yeah, can you hear me? Oh, yeah. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you, Adriana. As you say, I'm part of an early career climate fellowship program that's shared between the UN University and UNFCCC, and we have other colleagues here, so I invite you also to speak to them if you have any questions about the UNFCCC process. I think on capacity building in particular, this is a really, really crucial topic for young people to have accessible information, and also to make climate action and climate change understandable. And I think this is something that even here ourselves we're kind of not doing. So first, let me, for example, clarify what is the blue zone. I don't think all of us know what that is. And that is in the negotiations, the spaces are divided between like the official space where the governments are speaking and you need accreditation that meets the badge. And then there's a green space for civil society. So I also want to invite you to speak, like in these simple terms, and also in previous conversations right now with our very interesting colleagues, it's also about, for example, having the information in our language. But let me go back on how to accelerate action, and also I will speak to you a little bit about the UNFCCC process, although I will speak in my personal capacity. So as everyone here has mentioned, the Glasgow Climate Pact was really a big leap regarding ambition, and it's revolutionary in the strong inclusion of human rights, gender equality, the key role of indigenous peoples, youth, but also the importance of ensuring the integrity of ecosystems, including oceans, and the terms climate justice and just transitions that are also in the decision. And this was achieved because countries were bolder throughout the negotiations. I was lucky enough to be in some of the heads of delegations negotiations, and I was really proud to see that many youth delegates, but I mean not the observers, but actually, from the government, from the countries, that the main, head of delegation is a young person, for example, in Panama or even in Mexico, my own country, and these delegates really pushed for ambitious outcomes. And what we can say is that the Glasgow Climate Pact really gave entry points from enhanced action in all of these topics, for example, nature-based solutions. So if you're interested in a specific topic, you can look at the decision and really see, what's happening there. Beyond that, in the UNFCCC process as a whole, there are many spaces for young people to engage, so I will just mention a few. There is the Glasgow Work Programme on Action for Climate Empowerment, or ACE, as it is usually known, which is our program on climate education and awareness, and there's a lot happening there. There's also youth exchanges during the sessions and the regional climate weeks. There's trainings for youth. In the capacity building work stream, both the official, negotiations, but also, and work streams of UNFCCC, but also outside Yongo and others. There's thematic opportunities. For example, recently we have the Young Program on Technology from the Climate Technology Center and Network. And there's a possibility for young people around the world. You don't need to be part of any organization usually, or sometimes you can do it through a focal point to submit inputs to different UNFCCC processes, such as the global stocktake that was mentioned before, that it's a process to assess how we're doing respecting the Paris Agreement, but also, for example, 6.8 on non-market approaches. Sorry, this is a vote. Okay. And then, as it's been mentioned, there's the role of youth as observers, but we want to see more. We want to see young people as country representatives and also as experts to bring in their experiences for implementing climate policies on the ground and bring the best available science and knowledge. And we want the effective participation of youth beyond just reading statements or being a token young person in the room, but really like bringing the knowledge, like bringing the ideas. And finally, I know I'm over time, but I will just quickly focus on three more general aspects and also one final recommendation. So 3 areas when I think youth can particularly contribute are innovation, boldness, and connection. Innovation, we've heard all these different entrepreneurs and people with great ideas all over the world. So that's not lacking, but the next step is getting these projects funded, scaled up, and replicated. On boldness, I think, as young people, we're seeing the effects of climate change, and we know that what we are witnessing is just a taste of what lies ahead. And this pushes us to be more courageous. And I think that thinking out of the box and acting on convictions instead of interests are really like strong points of youth, and we need to make the most of it. We need to dare to speak up when we see that we are not following the path that we want to be. And even small actions such as talking to friends and family can really make a difference when you see it in an aggregated level. Connection, other panelists have also spoken about how we are interconnected virtually, and though this is in general, I think young people can really make the most of this, and you never know who you might inspire by sharing your story. And I think Adriana has been encouraging us to use the social media, but there's always ways to share our voice. And finally, I just want to finish with a brief example, and it's just keep it simple. Sometimes we are always thinking, what's this new technology, how to get this super complicated or super sophisticated response, and sometimes it's really simple. And I was, when I was doing my research for my thesis on adaptation, I spoke to someone on the Maldives, and right now there are communities or small atoll islands that don't have freshwater reserves anymore. Thank you. And there's, this a lot of finance going of bringing water bottles or plastic bottles to the Maldives, and then there's nowhere to put this waste. And what are we going to do? What about the oil that is needed for fueling the boats? All these things. And the person I was talking to, they said when our grandparents, what they did is they had this system that used the rooftops of the mosques to just collect rainwater. And with that, really, they could survive some drought periods. Maybe now with climate change it's getting worse, right? But there's, sometimes it's as simple as that. You don't need the most, up-to-date technology. You just can look at the past or can look at simple solutions. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. As we are running a bit behind the schedule, now we are going to prioritize the online participants who have some questions, because you will have the possibility to just discuss over the different engagement that will continue this afternoon. Then Nikhil, please. I will request a microphone here in front, because we have some questions from our online participants that they can also share. What are their questions, their comments?
Thanks, Adriana. So I'm just going to do this really quickly. The first question that we have is from Leo, and he's from Liberia, and the first question is, what additional funding support is available for youth-led organizations in terms of climate adaptation? How can a youth organization get accredited for a representative to participate at COP27? That's the first question. And then the second question is from Sophia, and she's from Portugal, and the question is, what are the mechanisms, official or not, national or global, that we can resort to in order to make our national governments keep and comply with the promises made during COPs?
Excellent. Then what I will suggest is that very brief, you just reply. Then who would like to start? Nisari?
Yes, thank you. For the first question about the possible windows for funding, I think, Adriana, you should also help in this. We are here with the GCA, and I'm sure the GCA might have some capacity to help. Yes, I think one of the biggest problems with climate finance to young people and organizations is accountability. Normally the donors like very stable organizations with big staffs, because they know that they will have the reports on time, they know that the money will be dealt with in a professional way, and they know that they will not have to do a lot of administrative work. And that's why a lot of organizations who want to reach grassroots communities, they use fiscal bodies. And the fiscal bodies are basically organizations do the logistics and the financing and stuff, and then another organization do the implementation. I think this is a very valid recommendation to the GCA to work at least as a fiscal body to some of the youth organizations who wants to access finance. For the second question regarding accreditation to COP, it's too late now to apply to be accredited member to the UNFCCC, because normally the process takes many months, and you need to apply early in the year. But you can find another accredited organization already who have given slots in COP. Normally, the Secretariat allocate certain number of badges to the organizations that they already accredited, and you can apply through them. And I suggest you do it as soon as possible because, for example, Yongo, which is the youth constituency to the UNFCCC, Dan was here earlier, already, I guess, closed the call for application for badges or about to. And it's like this everywhere. Everyone is now setting up their delegations, so please apply as soon as possible. Regarding the second question, I have it's a bit sad, but it's very important to say it. The first time I heard COP for Action was actually COP 22 in Marrakesh. I was in Marrakesh, and everyone was so happy because the Paris Agreement was just adopted the year before in Paris, and it was an African COP too, because everyone keeps saying that the first African COP, it's not true. Africa hosted 4 COPs before, and it's time for adaptation. And we also keep hearing what my colleague here mentioned, that the people who contributed the less get impacted the worst. I mean, these slogans are things we keep hearing every time, and it's not true in terms of action, but it's true in terms of intention. So now I think to be more proactive, I think we should move from complaining to actually planning and say, well, we want COP of action now. So our plan is we want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 outcome of this COP. And if we didn't take these 6 outcomes of this COP, then this is not a COP of action. Just to remove the slogan part and be more accurate on the things. Sorry, I'm taking so long, but I'm really fed up with repeating the same things without having at least benchmarks to say that we succeeded or not. Everyone keeps saying COP26 was a failure, and then I ask the person, why COP26 was a failure? And then a silence goes. Well, COP26 made a huge progress in the mitigation, and then I say, why COP26 made a huge progress on mitigation? Complete silence. Okay, guys, how did you judge if something is a failure or success? What is your parameters for that? Complete silence. So I think we also, as young people, have a homework to do, which is knowing more how things happening, and then put benchmark to measure if something is successful or not, and then judge on that. Very final thing, really sorry, Adriana. There was an agreement to stop cutting trees, stop deforestation by 2030, and I'm saying by because this is a very important thing. It's two letters only, but by means that they can keep cutting trees until 2029, and then they stop and they say we did what we agreed on. We stopped by 2030. And then the Prime Minister of India said India will go carbon neutral by 2070. So I asked him, are you going to be there in 2070? He looked at me and probably not, he said. I was like, okay, why are you making promises for things that you know for sure, if you are a normal human, that you will not be there for? So let's do it ourselves, guys, because no one else will going to do it for us. Let's plan, and let's track our plans, and let's try to make it happen. And if it did not happen, then we go and see why it's not happening, and I'm ready to help anyone planning and making it happening. But if we keep judging, if we keep using slogans and trends, it will not work. Thank you very much.
Any other? Then, very brief, because we need to close.
I'll be super brief, 30 seconds, I'm sure. So the first question, I think you answered beautifully. The only thing that I would add was I think there was a little bit around sort of around financing, and recognise that actually many of you will probably already be accredited, hopefully, or know whether you are going or not. And if you are still unsure about funding, there are funds from different governments, but also NGOs. I think one of the things that the UK is doing that we've recognised there is a bit of a gap on is we have a new Indigenous Youth Fund. So if you are an Indigenous young person who is looking to attend COP and needs the funds to do so, do reach out to me. And then there was the second question on national mechanisms and accountability, and I think that is really important. And I would say that, and maybe this is more directed to those who are working for governments in the room, but we spent the last 10 months or so after COP, every time the COP president will go and meet another government, he will say, you have agreed to A, B, and C. These are the agreements, these are the negotiated outcomes. How are you performing against them? And it does happen behind closed doors. It might not be always so open, but it does happen. And I urge, if you do have lucky enough to have the ear of your minister, to make sure that they are doing the same as well.
And thank you very much to all our panel. And also, thank you very much to all the participants that are following this conversation online. For all of you, we will continue tomorrow at 1:30. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being engaged. Thank you also for sharing your perspective using the hashtag Youth for Adaptation. Then the same for not only the live stream, but for the online participants. Thank you very much. And now we will continue with this agenda for the participants in Rotterdam. I heard that they want to have a family photo from the panel. Then I invite the panel, please. They want to take a family photo of you. Then, and then after this family photo, I will explain you what will continue. We have our photographer here. Yeah, then the online participants would like to be part. Then if we can just project the online participants, then we will have the online participants and the physical participants, some of them here. And then we have our photographer here. Yes, of course. Thank you very much. And now we will move forward with the agenda. We have a very exciting agenda. We are a bit behind the time. Let me tell you what we will have this afternoon. Now, from these panels, we will continue the conversation, and we are going to move to working groups. Working groups where you will have the possibility to use the methodology of Talanoa. Many of you have heard that Talanoa is a methodology that is used in the Pacific to facilitate discussions. And we are going to discuss three key questions. Where are we? Where do we want to go? And what is needed? And we have, in total, during these 2 days, 10 working groups. Today, we have 5 working groups, and we have experts who will give a general overview about the topic, and after that, also young moderators who will just facilitate the discussion. And I want to I will just mention what are the groups that we are going to have today and where they will be located. And I would like to request that the facilitators stand also up, as well the persons from the association that will be there. Then we will have the first working group is about agriculture and food security. Our invited guest